Good morning to you all. I was a civil servant when I got married in 1971. But because I'm a woman, I had to resign from my job because of the marriage bar. Could you imagine that happening today? Equality for women is important to me. I'm the proud mother of 4 daughters and I have 6 granddaughters. I'm glad that things have changed significantly for women over my lifetime, but work still needs to be done. I wish you well for today's conference.
Thank you. That was Mary Burke, and thanks to Mary for sharing her experience and setting the scene for today. Good morning, everybody. You're all very, very welcome to this Women in Northern Ireland conference organised by the Equality Commission in partnership with Women's Resource and Development Agency and Claim the Agenda. I'm Donna Traynor, and I am delighted to be here with you today at this special landmark conference, which has been organised to coincide with International Women's Day, and it is the first in a series of events to mark the 25th anniversary of the Equality Commission. I will be your host and your guide throughout the day, which I promise you is packed full of wonderful women who have great stories to tell about achievement and also challenge. Now, we want you to be as much a part of this conference as possible. So, as well as the opportunity to listen, we want you to question the speakers and have your voice heard. Now, you may be aware that over the past 4 years, I was involved in a much publicised equality case. I took the BBC, my former employer, to a tribunal, and thankfully, I achieved what I set out to do. It was very tough. It was a traumatic experience, and it was very isolating. But on the day of the tribunal, when we went to the court, one of my sisters sent me a motivational quote, and I'll read it out to you because it gave me great strength that day. "It took me quite a long time to develop a voice, and now that I have it, I am not going to be silent." And certainly, I hope there's no silence in this room today. We all have a voice, and we're all going to share it. Get down to basics, a little bit of housekeeping. There are no fire drills planned with us this morning, but if a fire is activated, stay in the room here. But if a second is activated, leave through the door, the nearest exit behind you, and the all-important toilets. They're just literally on my left, right here inside the room. We want everybody to know what we're doing here today. We encourage you to tell the world that you're here and what you're listening to. So please post as often as you can on social media. And we are using hashtag WomenNI. Please post, as I say, as much as possible. Tell the world. The one thing I would say is if you could keep your phones to silent, especially during the speeches and the panel discussions, so as not to interrupt. And also please be mindful of people's privacy rights when you're taking photographs and video clips. We have our own cameras here today that are streaming this event on the Equality Commission YouTube. So if people cannot be here, you can direct them to that. And the cameras actually will not be directed to the questions and the people on the floor, but to the stage here. So we've lots and lots to get through. We have a host, as I said, of fabulous speakers, from lawyers to employers, from academics to politicians and advocates for all women in Northern Ireland. I'm really looking forward to what's planned today, and I hope you are too. So let's open this special event. Please put your hands together for the Chief Commissioner of the Equality Commission, Geraldine McGahey.
Well, good morning, everybody, and it's so amazing to see so many different faces sitting before me. I didn't think we would have got these kind of numbers, but it's really great that you're here. And can I just say at the outset, happy International Women's Day for Friday. We're going to celebrate it the whole week long. We don't want one day, we want every day. So, anyway, let's just take a moment to look back 25 years ago to 1999. What a great year that was from our perspective. But what was happening? Well, direct rule ended, Peter Mandelson was the new Secretary of State, and the Patten report on the reform of the RUC was published, and the new Northern Ireland Assembly started to work for the first time. Monica McWilliams and Jane Morris of the Northern Ireland Women's Coalition were two of the 14 women in that assembly. Two women, Breed Rogers and Barbara de Bruyne, were appointed assembly ministers. But we had no women MPs, and just 12% of council seats were held by women. Inez McCormick of Unison became the first woman president of the Irish Congress of Trade Unions. But on a wider front, everyone was really stressing about the Millennium Bug, which never materialised. The Millennium Dome was finished at long last, and Westlife, Flying Without Wings, was voted the #1 song in the UK. That's if it's your cup of tea. On average, a loaf of bread, it had to be that, didn't it? A loaf of bread cost 51p on average, a pint of milk was 34p, and a litre of petrol was 70p. My goodness, how things have changed. But for those of you that are Westlife fans, they're still around if that's your cup of tea. And of course, very importantly for us, the Equality Commission was established in 1999. So, as well as marking International Women's Day, this event is the first of a series of events planned to mark the Equality Commission's silver anniversary. And we're absolutely delighted to be partnering with the Women's Resource Development Agency and Reclaim the Agenda. Our three organisations have been working together for many years, and this is probably the biggest event we have co-hosted. We, the Commission, have a great deal to thank them for. They have been very generous in sharing their expertise, their contacts, and their experience. And so 25 years on, we have much to celebrate. As women in Northern Ireland, we definitely have made gains, but it hasn't been easy. There are women now in very senior positions, public roles that never would have been thought of back in 1999. Our First Lady Chief Justice, for example, and our First and Deputy First Ministers, all of whom are with us today. We have women from all walks of life in the room, which provides a great variety of voices, and I want to hear your voices. It's vital that the Commission listens to the widest possible range of views and ideas to inform where we go from here, and more importantly, how will we plot the course. It's important that we discuss and debate what needs to be done now to tackle the inequalities and barriers that still challenge women every day, and there are many. You'll see our programme today covers a range of topics, including women and equality law, women and work, and later this afternoon, the launch of our new policy, our research report on the impact of Brexit on women in Northern Ireland. We have input from female elected representatives about their personal experiences and why it's important for women to be in political and public life here. Representatives from Northern Ireland's women's sector will discuss their work at grassroots level and what their main priorities are. And again, thanks to all of our speakers for coming, for giving up their very valuable time and joining these conversations. So what about a little context? How are things looking for women in Northern Ireland in 2024? We can see from our distinguished panels that women hold some of the top positions in the country, as well as women in public life and the legal profession. We have, for example, a female head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service and women directors in the CBI and the IOD. We don't think it's unusual that 68% of women are employed, or that females make up over half of the public services workforce. Women have worked really hard at all levels to achieve this new norm. But there needs to be sustained support and effort for other women to come forward, to work toward and seize the opportunities, the jobs, the independence, and all the rewards and benefits that come with them. Without doubt, there are still some really unpalatable facts about inequality that we simply can't ignore. Every year, around 25% of the calls to our discrimination advice lines are about sex discrimination. And that's close to 1,000 calls for help. Pregnancy and maternity form the biggest area of complaint. Sexual harassment at work is a very close second. But alarmingly, both of those, the figures are starting to gradually rise over the past 5 years. And that worries me terribly. In 2019, we submitted a list of issues to the UN Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. 5 years later, none of these issues have been addressed. So it's important that we keep the pressure on for change to address these and other issues. You'll hear later from the Commission's Policy Director on what we believe need to be priority issues for the Executive if we are to deliver gender equality in Northern Ireland. Can I just say, as a side remark, our Policy Director is the only man speaking today. He's feeling rather anxious, so try to put him at ease. This conference is a real opportunity in a new political era to renew and redouble our work, to develop new ideas and share our knowledge to improve women's lives. What we learn from our expert speakers and from you, our delegates, will ignite a new focus for all of us to work collectively, and can I say with synergy, to deliver equality, gender equality. I want to close by telling you about a walk-in visit that I had at a women's centre, and some of the women who were there that day are here today. But I knew before I spoke to a soul what kind of place I was walking into. It was an important place, a place where women came together, getting information, receiving training, companionship, support and advice that they needed. But more importantly, they wanted it and they appreciated it. There was a real buzz about the place. It felt vital, it felt good, and really real. So I'd love some of that warmth, some of that vibrancy, and that energy to spread out from today's event. We have so much talent, intelligence, experience, and above all, commitment in this room this morning. So let's harness it. Let's work each in our own individual sphere, but also together in partnership for better outcomes for all women in Northern Ireland. Thank you once again for all coming here today. Thanks to all our fantastic speakers for taking the time to share their experiences and their insights with us. I hope you will really enjoy the conference. And thank you for joining us in celebrating what's important to us too. That's our silver anniversary. And in keeping with the theme of International Women's Day, let us use today to renew our commitment as individuals and collectively to inspire inclusion for all women and girls across Northern Ireland. And so enough from me, on to our speakers. Our first speakers, and they really don't need any introduction from me. We are delighted to welcome these two women who are in two extremely important and public profile roles. It gives me the utmost pleasure to welcome the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, and Deputy First Minister, Emma Little-Pengelly.
Thank you very much, Geraldine, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you all this morning, a room full of fabulous women strutting their stuff in whatever area of work that you're engaged in. It's our pleasure to be here for a small part of what looks like a fabulous programme on a fabulous day. We have to get back up the assembly for assembly business, so that's why we can't stay. When we're looking at the programme, we're thinking we never get to stay anywhere for the full event. But I know that, as Geraldine says, like the lineup that you have today is going to be inspirational for us all in so many ways. So we're only happy to be playing our small part of what is a great opportunity today for us all to be together and to talk about the challenges as we see them and the opportunities also as we see them, because I think that's important too. So happy International Women's Day for Friday. And I hope that you all get to celebrate it. And I think that it's on occasions like this that we always use the opportunity to reflect on just how far we've come as a society. And I think Geraldine reflecting on 1999, what that looked like for so many people, shows you how far we have come. But I think equally it highlights for us just how much more we have to do, how much more we have to achieve, and also the strength in trying to achieve those things will always be brought about by us all working together. So partnership is something that I am regularly talking about because I believe in it. I believe as a society we'll get so much more done if we actually work together and take on the challenges together. And that's everybody from every organisation, whether it's ourselves in the political world, people across the community and voluntary sector, across business, across academia, across grassroots organisations. Everybody brings something to the table, and I'm a big believer in that. And I think that when you take on board everybody's own experience, your own lived experience, your own viewpoints, the area that you specialise in, then we're always going to come up with much better solutions. I think it's just a natural outworking of being open to being inclusive. So many amazing speakers today, the entrepreneurs, the successful business people, as I said, the community and voluntary sector. I'm always inspired because we have the luxury of being out and about, and we know our society, and we regularly are engaging with people, and we see people every day who are doing their very, very best for the community that they live in, and we want to be part of helping to champion that change. One of the things I found frustrating over the past couple of years has been the fact that, and Geraldine touched on this as well, the fact that we have the Lady Chief Justice in Siobhan Keegan, the fact that we have Brenda King as the Attorney General, the fact that we have Jane Brady as the head of the Civil Service. Who talks about that? And I think that's something that we should all be waxing lyrical about, because it's something that we're very proud of. And then add to that mix now is myself and Emma as First and Deputy First Minister, the two junior ministers, Pam and Aisling, 4 women again at the helm of the executive, along with other executive ministers, and Dr. Kiva Archibald and Naomi Long. We're all there as women leading in our field and all determined to do our best, because that's ultimately, for me, what politics is about. It's about trying to do your best for people. So I think that if the question for us all, I think, on days like this is quite often to look at how do we ensure that more women are in the room? How do we ensure that more voices are heard? And how collectively can we bring that about? And for me, at this time of the year, I always like to reflect on that again, and I know that's what you're going to be doing throughout the course of today. So today is also a celebration for the Equality Commission itself, and again, another fine woman at the helm in Geraldine, and I just want to congratulate you all on this significant milestone. This was part and parcel of the Good Friday Agreement, the equality provisions, the inclusion provisions. So it's really, really important that as we celebrate last year 25 years of the Good Friday Agreement, and this year 25 years of yourselves in existence, and the difference that you have all collectively made, and we're very grateful for that also. So a round of applause, I think, for the Equality Commission on the anniversary. Isn't it, Tara, whenever you listen to the short video at the start where Mary talked about her own experience, that isn't that long ago. Isn't that incredible? That isn't that long ago where a woman had to give up her work because she got married. Thankfully, those days are gone. But I reflect too on 1998, the Good Friday Agreement anniversary. Where was I at that time? In my early 20s, a young mother. But I can remember, and any of you that are in the similar age category will remember, what that meant to us all at that time. And for me, it was about hope. It was about optimism. It was very much about the future. And that too is my experience, my lived experience is what I want to bring to my role today. It's about creating that hope and that opportunity. It's about telling people that you have their backs. It's about doing your best in challenging circumstances. And ultimately, it's about working in partnership, because as I said at the start, I think that's where we get so much more done. So I believe the Good Friday Agreement has given me the opportunity to do the things that I am doing today. I think I stand here today because of the opportunities of the Good Friday Agreement. I also stand here today because I've had fantastic role models in my mother, my grandmother, and my daughter today. So I learn every day from the people closest to me, also the same as yourselves. But there's an awful lot still for us to do, and that is the reality also facing us. So we have to be honest about that. But we have to create a society where women are treated equally, where they are included and encouraged. And we have to go with some more of a journey to travel, I think, in that regard. But we all can make a difference. And it comes back to the partnership point again. If we all work together, we can ensure that there are opportunities for women to have their voice, that there are platforms in which women can take. And I think that for ourselves in the executive office, Emma and I have 2 roles, one in terms of leading the executive and 2 in terms of our own department itself. And within our own department, we're trying to work, and we will deliver on a strategy to tackle to end violence against women and girls. We're also bringing forward the provision of free period products, which is going to come into effect by May. Those are 2 things that we're very passionate about making sure we get delivered upon, but particularly in terms of where we are as a society today, ending violence against women and girls is up there in terms of our priorities within our department is the top priority, I think, in terms of what we want to achieve in our own department. But equally alongside that, our role as stewarding the executive, which is easier said than done. All different parties coming out with different perspectives, but we are determined to lead, and we're determined to work with other ministers, again, to bring out the very best, particularly in relation to childcare, which is something both Emma and I spoke about from day one. But for me, many women in the room, many women who are going to speak to you today, advocates for women such as Reclaim the Agenda, the Women's Resource and Development Agency, who are all going to share their experiences. I think the Women's Resource and Development Agency vision of a fair and equal society where women are empowered, where women are a visible force for change and influence in all areas of life. We hope that we can help to lead the charge in that regard. We hope that we can inspire young women by our approach. And I think, we're 5 weeks in. It feels like 5 years at this stage. That's a compliment, Emma. we are trying our best to set the tone, because I think that's important, again, in terms of society. And we're trying to set the agenda in terms of the inclusive nature in which we're trying to conduct ourselves in the office, working together, focusing on the areas where we have a common ground, and agreeing to disagree well in the areas where perhaps we don't. That's the reality of politics. So we hope that we can play our role. We hope that we can unite and amplify the voices of women out there. And I think that in general, and I'll finish just on this point, I think that by lifting each other up, by sharing our experiences, by being comfortable in who we are and being open to other perspectives, then I think that as a society, we can certainly do so much more. And I'm committed to working with Emma to do that, and with Pam and Aisling in our office. So thank you very much. Enjoy today, and thank you for having us.
Thank you. Can I firstly say how great it is to be here in a room filled with, I have no doubt, incredibly strong women, and so many women, and it's fantastic to see that. Of course, one of the downsides to having a jointly held executive is that you get 2 speeches, unfortunately, rather than just one, but I won't be too long, but I want to echo the words that Michelle has said this morning. I'm incredibly proud to be part of this all-woman team leading the executive along with our junior ministers. But of course, I'm very conscious that it's not enough that we have women leading the executive. What we really want is to demonstrate that delivery that women leadership of the executive will bring. So we're very conscious of that. We've had a number of discussions about this already. We don't just want to be symbolic. We don't want to be figureheads. We want to be the women who deliver on the big strategic issues, such as affordable childcare, something that can be transformative, such as tackling our healthcare transformation, our special educational needs challenges, so many big public policy issues. So we're very focused on that as well. But of course, over the last 5 weeks, we're now in week 5, as Michelle has said, we've been able to get out and go to so many incredible events. It has been wonderful speaking to so many young people, so many inspiring people. But I'm really glad that as part of that initial period of time before we head off to America next week, we've had the opportunity to come here and speak to you, a group of women playing so many different roles and a different part, vital roles right across our society and so many organisations. It is, as I've said, fantastic to be here as well on the 25th anniversary year of the Equality Commission, and I wish you all the best. I assume that there's going to be many celebrations, and I wish you all the best for that. It's also great to be joined, given my legal background as well. I want to congratulate publicly. I'm not sure if I got the opportunity to do so yet, but our first ever Lady Chief Justice, and I know that you're doing this incredible role of being a champion of women. When I started the bar back in the early 2000s, which you will be very familiar with, it was a very, very different place. And it was a very different place, I have to say, for young women. It was a majority male, very, very dominated by men in the mid and senior side of the profession. And that has changed dramatically, and I think that's wonderful to see. And it was a necessary change, but I know more has to be done, and the way that Our Lady Chief Justice has been championing that agenda has been incredible to see as well. There are so many fantastic women's organisations right throughout Northern Ireland. We've had some opportunity already to visit some of those, but through my political career, 17 years I've been in politics now in various roles. I've been able to get out and I see so many of our women's centres, our organisations championing. But what we do know is that we are not all cut from the same cloth. I am a conservative and unionist woman, and I am incredibly proud of being that. I'm incredibly proud of that heritage as well, because it was conservative and unionist women who led the suffragette movement in Northern Ireland, and that's something I think many young people today don't realise, and it's something that I am absolutely determined to address and to make sure that people know that regardless of our difference, because of course that's what we fought for. We fought for the right to be able to have those different opinions and rights. And I used to always chuckle with Arlene Foster that very often when it came perhaps to some of the women's movement issues, we were the wrong type of women. And I am determined in my joint leadership with Michelle of the Executive that there should be no young girl or woman in Northern Ireland that feels that they're the wrong type of woman to fit in with our incredible women's organisations. There must be a space and a role for all of us. I am incredibly proud to be a woman. I'm incredibly proud to be a strong woman. I'm incredibly proud to be a fierce woman and a feisty woman, but I have to say I've been on my best behaviour for the last 5 weeks. So just to, as Michelle has said, to set a very positive tone. But I know that both of us are, and I have the opportunity to go out and speak to so many young people and in schools, and I tell them the same thing, which is, look, you know, over the course of the 17 years I've been involved, I know Michelle has been involved in politics for a long time as well. There's no doubt we have seen dramatic differences over that time. We have gone, no doubt, from being very often the only woman in the room by just virtue of there were just so many more men interested perhaps in or involved in politics, and of course perhaps got the opportunity to get involved in politics. And over that time I've seen that change dramatically to sometimes there's only one man in the room, and that indeed is a positive change as well. It shows that mix, that evolution over the course of even just 15 years here in Northern Ireland. But yet when I speak to young people, you know, the sense of opportunity has changed. 15 years ago, women had to fight to get into the room. Women had to fight perhaps to get onto the ballot paper. Now it strikes me that every political party, not just here but across the United Kingdom and Ireland, they want women to get onto the ballot paper. They want women to be part of their movement. And the big challenge now has become not around the fight to get onto it, but the encouragement of our young people and women to get involved. Time and time again, I'm out to trying to encourage women to get involved in politics because it is so vitally important. It's vitally important that we have that voice around the table. And I say the same thing to groups of young women that I talk to, which is, don't step back, step forward. Don't shrink yourself in order to fit in. And I see this too many times, including with our younger generation. When you ask young women, or women in the workplace around going for a promotions opportunity or going to speak at a conference or to do different things, they will say the same thing. Oh, it's not really for me. Oh, look, I'll let somebody else do that. Or look, I'm not really as qualified as such a person. And yet if you sometimes speak to others in the workplace, they will very much look at, I know I'm not quite qualified enough for that right now, but I think I'm going to go for it because there's always a chance. And it's that change of attitude that we need, I think, to really give that confidence in and say, look, really do take up that room, take up that space, because the reality is if you keep stepping back, other people are going to come in and fill that up. And that is such a life lesson that I have learned. I always say time and time again, get into the room, stay in the room, start to speak up, then suddenly you're wanted in the room, then you're needed in the room. And that's the transition at so many of our careers and of our lives, because when people can see what women contribute, what we can actually achieve, then I think we are absolutely wanted, needed in those rooms at the very top of our professions and the top of our political parties. So look, as I'm sure you can tell, I'm incredibly passionate about this agenda. I think we've got a fantastic opportunity, as I've said, to show positive leadership and hopefully encourage rather than turn off young women from getting into the profession. But of course, it's not just young women. We want women from all walks of life, because, if anybody's thinking thinking about a mid-career change, of course, I know that all of the political parties, no doubt, would want to see you as well. We need those strong women speaking up, talking up, and changing the issues that impact on all of our lives. So I wish you all the best for the rest of your conference. As Michelle has said, unfortunately, we can't stay and listen to the rest of your fantastic programme, but we do wish you all the very best. Thank you.
And our thanks again to Geraldine, to Emma and to Michelle. Thank you for being here. If you want to take your seats, we'll move on to our next session. Inspiring words from all three of our first speakers. And we are all in the room. We all have a voice, and we want your voice definitely to be heard today. Women and the law. In this part of the conference, we're going to focus on women in the legal profession. We'll hear about their achievements and their plans for the future. We'll also be focusing on the law itself and how it is being used by women to fight discrimination in all workplaces. Here's a video of Mary Kitson. And Mary is a senior legal officer from the Equality Commission, and she talks about the number of sex discrimination complaints that the Commission has dealt with over the past 25 years.
In the past 25 years, over 19,000 women have contacted the Equality Commission to seek advice about sex discrimination. Sexual harassment and pregnancy, maternity discrimination are consistently the two highest types of cases that women are talking to us about. Women are using the law to challenge sex discrimination and have recovered over £5.5 million in compensation. They have used their voices to shine a light on the reality of sex discrimination in the workplace and encourage other women to step forward to challenge discrimination and to prove that no woman should experience sex discrimination in the workplace.
So many women taking a stand and fighting sex discrimination, and sadly the battle continues today. Now, over the past 25 years, we've heard different headline news stories about women being the first to achieve a particular task or success. But it wasn't until September 2021 that for the first time a woman was appointed to one of the most important positions in our society. A woman called Siobhan Keegan from Newry was sworn in as the person to head up the judiciary, the First Lady Chief Justice. Dame Siobhan Keegan began her illustrious career after graduating from Queen's University. As a barrister and Queen's Counsel, she held many senior positions in the legal field. And then in 2015, she was appointed as a High Court judge. She was one of the first two women to be appointed to the High Court, along with Madam Justice McBride. In the 6 years that followed, her roles included being the presiding coroner, senior family judge, and a member of the International Hague Network of Judges. We are delighted she has accepted to be here today to give us some insights into her career, as well as women and the law. Please welcome to the stage Lady Chief Justice, the Right Honourable Dame Siobhan Keegan.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Donna. I really am honoured to have been invited to speak to you today and to mark the 25th anniversary of the Equality Commission. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate and thank the commissioners and staff of the Equality Commission, both past and present, for their tireless work over the last 25 years. I think I can safely say at the outset of my address that there is no doubt that your work has contributed immensely to the progress which has been made in this area of law in Northern Ireland, some of which I'll be touching on today. I'm going to speak about equality, law and women, 25 years of change. Now, before I do so, some reminiscences of my own. 1999 was the year when the Equality Commission was formed, and that followed obviously the Good Friday Agreement and was part of a move to really place equality on a formal footing in Northern Ireland. As you've maybe heard from my profile, I was a barrister in 1999. I was 5 years call at the bar. And as Emma has said earlier, there weren't that many women at the bar at that stage. So people often ask me, well, how did that go for you? What did you do? Well, I think, if truth be told, I put my head down and worked very hard. I was also encouraged by what I've always called the strong, silent mentors at home, my mother and my aunt in particular. But can I give a shout out for the men as well? I know one's going to speak later, who I met earlier. The men in my work did encourage me as well, and I think on Women's Day, I do want to acknowledge that my career progression was contributed to by the senior men who said, why not? Why can there not be a female QC, as I was at a very young age, a female High Court judge at a very young age, and ultimately a female Lady Chief Justice? So, back to my address on the legality issue and equality law. I thought firstly I would share a few thoughts from others about the concept of equality and what it means. Lady Hale, the first and to date only female president of the United Kingdom Supreme Court, remarked in her Oxford Equality Lecture in 2018 as follows: "Equality sounds a simple concept, but the reality is very complicated." Interestingly, in that same lecture, she concluded that equal treatment is one thing and substantive equality is another. Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of the United Nations and co-recipient of the 2001 Nobel Peace Prize, famously said, "Gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance." Turning back to lawyers, Sandra Day O'Connor, the first woman to be appointed to the United States Supreme Court in 1981, is attributed as saying that a wise female judge will come to the same conclusion as a wise male judge when she was asked about what difference she would make to the court. When thinking about the past 25 years, I'm also mindful of what Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the second woman to be appointed to the US Supreme Court, meant when she said, "Real change, enduring change happens one step at a time." Returning back to Northern Ireland with these words of inspiration from outside our jurisdiction, this address allows me to think about the real enduring change that equality law has brought to Northern Ireland, affecting many people like Mary Burke, who we heard from earlier. The first milestone was almost 50 years ago, when the 1976 Sex Discrimination Order made it unlawful to discriminate against an individual on the basis of their sex in areas including employment, training, education, and the provision of goods and services. The 1976 order also outlawed discrimination on the basis of sex in relation to married persons in employment. For some, this must have represented a seismic, real-life change, albeit perhaps too late. I can only imagine how the women must have felt who, not that long before 1976, despite having been as well, if not better educated as their male peers, had no choice but to give up their much sought-after civil service jobs when they got married, or if not then, when they became pregnant. Thankfully, times changed for my generation, and that's something I think we can never forget. The scope of the 1976 order has since been extended to further promote equal opportunities in employment between men and women. The 1988 Sex Discrimination Order rendered private households and small businesses no longer exempt from the provisions, making it unlawful to discriminate against women in the employment field. And 1999 also saw the sex discrimination gender reassignment regulations, which made it unlawful to discriminate on grounds of gender reassignment in employment and training, a protection which in 2008 was extended to include the provision of goods, facilities and services and the disposal and management of premises. Of course, the pace of change in this field has not always been as rapid as it might be. It was not until 2005 that it was made clear in the 1976 order that discrimination on the grounds of pregnancy and maternity leave is unlawful sex discrimination. And it was not until after a ruling of the European Court of Justice in 2011 that we saw the removal of the exception in the 1976 order that had permitted insurance companies to charge different premiums or offer different benefits to men and women. It's hard to imagine that was the case. A new single definition of direct discrimination, which applies to all provisions of the 1976 order, was introduced in 2016. And this broadened its scope to provide protection based on association or perception. A new single definition of indirect discrimination was also introduced at that time, and protection was extended to include indirect discrimination on the grounds of gender reassignment in matters of employment and occupation. Of course, ancillary to this is the issue of equal pay. Equal pay rights fundamentally underpin equality and go hand in hand with the protections offered by anti-discrimination legislation. The Equal Pay Act in 1970 in Northern Ireland was an instrumental piece of legislation in this jurisdiction, ensuring that women and men in the same employment had the protection of the law with regard to equal pay and other terms and conditions of employment. I divert briefly here to note an interesting equal pay and sex discrimination case of Percival Price and others versus the Department of Economic Development, in which the Northern Ireland Court of Appeal held in the year 2000 that while holders of full-time judicial tribunal posts as statutory officers were excluded from the scope of the Equal Pay Act and the Sex Discrimination Order, they were workers employed within the meaning of the EC Treaty and the Equal Pay Directive. On that basis, the court held that exclusion of statutory officers must therefore be disregarded from the legislation and equal pay protection should be conferred upon them. And this case came about because of a drive among women to bring it to the attention of the courts. There are numerous other examples of cases like this. I was recalling this morning on my way in a case from 2012 where a group of 1,000 women who were cleaners, care assistants, and dinner ladies took Bury County Council to court for equal pay and won. That's the power of getting together and the power of having a voice together on an issue. My final note on the legislative framework relates to Section 19 of the Employment Act Northern Ireland 2016, which requires employers to publish information relating to the pay of employees for the purposes of showing whether there are differences in the pay of male and female employees. This provision, however, has not yet been brought into force, so we have a bit more to do. So, having completed a necessarily brief whistle-stop tour of the legislative landscape, I ask the question, have things changed over the last 25 years? I have to say that I think they have. And while I recognise that there's still some way to go, I do believe that things have changed for the better. There are some other points that I want to raise in support of this view from within the legal sphere. In addition to the extension of protection under the law that I've touched briefly on, I think there is real-world evidence that things are changing. In September 2023, the Northern Ireland Judicial Appointments Commission, or NIJAC, of which I am the chair, published equality monitoring statistics for 2020 to 2023. These show that in terms of gender, judicial office has seen a steadily increasing proportion of female office holders since 2011. As of September 2023, female judicial office holders across courts and tribunals are now in the majority, a statistic that is in keeping with the 2021 census figures. Just last week, I called 12 female silks or KCs to the senior bar. That's the highest proportion ever of female representatives from the bar reaching the senior bar. That was out of 34. And in addition to the gender makeup, I think it's fair to say that the age makeup of those achieving senior positions has also changed. This is not to say that the playing field is yet equal for all women in the legal profession. One measure of equality is the proportion of females who hold salaried senior judicial roles. That figure currently sits at 21.2%. And this tells me that work continues to need to be done to ensure that the widest possible pool of talent is available for appointment on merit to senior judicial posts, regardless of gender. On a personal note, I hope that my own appointment as Lady Chief Justice demonstrates that judicial office is achievable for all, regardless of gender, on the basis of merit. Some practical steps have been taken towards levelling the playing field with the development of consultation between NIJAC and the legal profession. The Law Society of Northern Ireland recently published findings on the female perspectives on experiences of those working in private practice in the solicitor's profession and the reasons for leaving. The work underpinning the findings involved gathering evidence, looking at the trend of mid-career migration of practicing solicitors. And it's interesting what this highlighted. Out of 174 participating women solicitors who had left private practice, 50% had left to go to work in the public sector, 16% to work in house roles, 7% to third sector organisations, and 27% elsewhere. This report, I think, is a welcome step in raising awareness of the issues and barriers faced by women within the profession, and awareness of steps that can be taken by legal firms to improve the situation. I'm really encouraged by the fact that the Law Society has now published its draft Diversity, Equality and Inclusion Strategy 2024 to 2028 and is seeking views from members to shape the final version. The draft sets out a range of actions which aim to deliver meaningful improvements within the solicitor profession. Mid-career migration or attrition is also an issue at the Northern Ireland Bar. Female practitioners can be pigeonholed into areas of work traditionally seen as suitable for females and have difficulty in migrating to other non-traditional areas of work, such as in criminal law. There are inevitable reductions in income following periods of maternity. One of the first steps in solving any problem is identifying its nature and extent, and therefore I have welcomed the opportunity to be able to offer my support to the ongoing Bar Diversity Project with its aim of promoting equality, inclusion and social mobility throughout the legal profession, and in particular supporting those who have children throughout their legal career. I will conclude by saying this. It is safe to say that both equality and diversity are topics which have come to the forefront more than ever in the last 25 years. I welcome and commend all of the efforts which have been made to bring about change and improvements in this area. It is equally clear that there's much more work to be done. However, I'm confident that with players in the field, such as the Equality Commission, we will continue to move in the right direction. The Equality Commission has been at the forefront of raising awareness and supporting litigants, and indeed winning cases, and therefore establishing important precedents in this jurisdiction. So for that I say, well done and keep going. Given the changes of the past 25 years, I also very much look forward to seeing what changes the next 25 years bring, not only for equal treatment, but also for substantive equality for all, regardless of gender. So on that note, I wish the conference every success. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for listening to what I've had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dame Siobhan, and I'm sure it's very satisfying implementing all of that equality law that has been brought forward, but frustrating at the same time that cases have to be brought in the first place. But thank you for sharing with us your speech today. We're now going to hear from 4 women about their own area of expertise and experience in the world of law. And I'd like to invite to the stage Siobhan Cullen, Lorraine Keown, Michelle McGinley and Emma McElveen. And they will come up to the stage and speak to you individually. They'll say a few words. And then we're going to open it up to the floor to hear your questions. Before we hear from the panel, let's have a listen to Natasha, who's on video. And Natasha is a woman who took her complaint of sexual harassment to a tribunal with the help of the Equality Commission.
I took my case of sexual harassment to tribunal with the support of the Equality Commission. I won. But there was an anonymity order which meant that I couldn't talk about it. I had to fight to lift that so that I could tell my story, and so other women would be empowered to challenge sexual harassment in their workplaces.
And our thanks to Natasha for sharing that with us. And so to our panel in this session of the conference today. First up, we will hear from Siobhan Cullen. Siobhan is a commissioner at the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland, who for many years has lectured in law and been involved in equality studies and social justice. Siobhan is also a board member with Donegal Women's Centre. Siobhan.
Many thanks, Donna. As the second Siobhan to speak, I have rather significant shoes to fill. I will enjoy reflecting on my experience in the legal profession, and on the way here from Donegal this morning, I was thinking it's actually 38 years since I started studying law. And back then, there were rather less females in the class than there are today. And that was in London, and I then qualified as a criminal defence solicitor. And again, I was reflecting on when I first started working, I was the first, my parents were Irish immigrants, and I was the first in my family to go to college. When I first started working for a firm of solicitors, and luckily there was actually a male and a female partner, one of the first things the male partner said to me was, as a trainee solicitor who'd passed all the law exams, I expect you to make me a coffee every day when I come in from court. And as I went on to qualify and spent all night at police stations and all day at court, nobody ever made me a coffee. But I had a very fulfilling 8 years working as a solicitor in London. And then I moved to Dublin to study equality studies at UCD. My main interest has always really been the intersection between law and equality, and that remains to be the case. I then moved to Donegal and began lecturing in law, which I've been doing ever since, but I now lecture for the Open University. And I have to say, the Open University, which is the largest law school in the world and has 7,000 students, has the most diverse range of students. And because of its flexibility and accessibility, there's a lot more female students studying law. And there are lots of students with caring responsibilities and with various disabilities. So it's been a very, very interesting experience. And actually, last Saturday, we had a conference at Stranmillis College on success in law. And we had some really interesting conversations with students on what makes for success in law. And one of the issues that came up, which really interested me, was the perception that to be a lawyer, you need to be invincible, and that you need to have no boundaries when it comes to workload. And there was some really interesting discussions around that, in particular from female students, I have to say, who were saying that this was one of their fears of studying law and entering the legal profession. So that's a very interesting issue, and there was some interesting research presented about the fact that actually setting boundaries, as we probably all know, and taking breaks enhances your productivity. So it's very important for us to remember that. So yes, the legal profession has certainly moved a long way, as has been pointed out by the Lady Chief Justice, but there are still some gaps. Ironically, given the speakers that we've heard from today and the roles that have been described, there are still obviously a lot of female students studying law, and there are a lot of women entering the legal profession, but not necessarily remaining in the legal profession or reaching the higher echelons in terms of the data that we have. But we're certainly moving in the right direction. Just want to mention a couple of other things before I finish. Donegal Women's Centre was mentioned there, and Geraldine's comments earlier about the Women's Centre really resonated with me. And I know there are a lot of people here today from NGO or organisations. The work that is being done at ground level with women, everything from clinical services to counselling services to well-being sessions, is really to be commended. And also I meant to mention actually, in relation to the conference I mentioned last week, that Law Care Northern Ireland are doing great work, and I believe may have representatives here today in terms of promoting well-being in the legal profession, which is so important. Last but not least, I'd like to mention my role as an Equality Commissioner, which has been extremely fulfilling, and as my fellow commissioners who are here today will agree. There is so much work done by the Equality Commission, from research to policy to statutory duty investigations. But one of the most fulfilling roles, I think we would probably all agree, is the Legal Funding Committee, which is where we support people in taking those actions for discrimination. And as you've heard already today, there are a high percentage of those cases are gender-based discrimination. So that's a very fulfilling role, and I really commend the Equality Commission for filling a gap in having the resources to support some of those cases. And I really commend the staff for all the work that is done in that regard. So I've spoken for rather longer than planned, but I would like to end on a positive note by saying that the legal profession, although there are still some gaps, since I started studying law 38 years ago, we're certainly moving in the right direction, and long may that continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. Lorraine Keown is an Associate Director at the law firm Cleaver Fulton Rankin, mainly working in family and matrimonial law, but she has also represented clients in criminal law, judicial reviews and public inquiries, including the Muckamore Abbey Hospital inquiry. So Lorraine Keown is going to say a few words. Thanks, Lorraine.
Thank you. It's actually the second Keown you've introduced at a conference in the last week. My brother spoke at a conference in
Stephen,
last
right.
week. So. But good morning, everybody. I suppose briefly to run through my own career path. I qualified as a solicitor in 2010, having spent my time training in a legal aid firm in North Belfast. So being from rural Fermanagh, that was something of a change of scenery, but a very positive one, and certainly one that I believe has been invaluable to me throughout my career. I started working in private practice, dealing predominantly with family and criminal law, two areas which at that time at least were very much opposites in terms of the composition of the lawyers that made up the courtrooms. Women within the profession tended often, whether they wanted to or not, to practice family law, with criminal law being very much more male-dominated. I was very lucky in that the firm that I practice in, and here I must acknowledge my brother, who has been a great support to me throughout my career, giving me those opportunities, in that I was allowed to practice both aspects. And whilst I don't practice criminal law much more recently, it has given me a very strong work ethic. From being in a police station doing pace interviews all night long, sometimes with my morning alarm going off as I was about to get in the car to head home, and then dealing with a wide variety of people that you encounter, it very much enhanced my all-round approach to client care. There's also been a certain resilience that you build up, having, for example, been told by a detained prisoner one night in Antrim Road Custody Suite, who, on hearing that I had arrived to represent him, announced, "I didn't ask for a woman." Thankfully, I was able to win him over in the end, and whilst the police didn't oppose bail, I was very much tempted to. In 2016, I moved to Cleaver Fulton Rankin to set up the matrimonial and family department within the private client team. That was a move that thankfully at that stage in my career was very much my own ambition. Then more recently in 2022, I was appointed as solicitor to the Muckamore Abbey Hospital inquiry, as solicitor to the inquiry. That was a move that was supported by Cleaver Fulton Rankin and allowed me to undertake as a secondment, which gave me certain protections in terms of my employment. There were also the opportunities within that to progress my career, in that I was a leader of a team of 3 and 4 solicitors at various times, working closely with senior counsel to the inquiry and a wider counsel team of 6 junior counsel for a 3-person inquiry panel. I've seen many women colleagues leave the profession over the years, either completely or perhaps they take roles in-house or on the periphery of the legal world, and it's often for various reasons which people will be familiar with. As a member of the Law Society of Northern Ireland's Council, I also know that the work undertaken by the Law Society to try and better understand those reasons behind the loss of women to the profession is something that's ongoing and very active. Indeed, Siobhan Keegan touched on a number of those reasons, and whilst I had intended to mention them, I think just the very mention of the Diversity and Equality Survey, which has first went out in 2021, has now been renewed, and I would actually encourage any members of the legal profession that the closing date for that is this Tuesday, the 12th of March, and we would be very keen to hear any feedback or input that people may have on that. I think overall, whenever we look at the Diversity and Equality Survey, it's very apparent because one of the initial priorities coming out from that was improving the experience of women within the legal profession. Myself, I think through seeing the support that women can gain, either by flexible working arrangements or through mentoring available around career progression, are just some of the ways that we're going to have to look at addressing this issue going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. What's in the water in Garrison that produces all of those legal minds? Michelle McGinley is Director of Legal and Policy at the Employers Federation, and as a qualified solicitor, she supports organisations to understand and to comply with their legal obligations in respect of equality and employment. Michelle was on the board of the Labour Relations Agency, and she is Vice Chair of the Appeals Committee of the Irish Football Association. Michelle McGinley is going to say a few words. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Donna. I think when I was preparing for today, it made me really reflect back where I've come from and where I am now. And I thought back to my early childhood as a family of 4 girls, and with my dad, who probably was a feminist, and he instilled on us a really strong work ethic. I did come from a working class background and grew up in social housing, and his view was education will give my girls independence and they will never be reliant on anyone. And I thank my dad for that, and all 4 of us have gone on to do amazingly well in our careers. But they didn't have a clue about education. My dad's view was, you get to university, that's it, you've won the lottery, you're sorted. You know, so when it comes to choosing universities and courses, we were given no guidance. And so I stumbled through education and went to the all-girls school in Derry. I think any of you who've watched Derry Girls will know a bit about it. It is a bit like that. And it was a convent school, and in terms of direction, law was never mentioned to me as an option, and I think that's very much changed today for the young girls growing up, and a degree or a legal profession wasn't even in my radar. So when I got my A-level results, I remember I was an outdoor pursuit course, and there was a female leader there who was about 10 years older than me, and she said to me, "So what are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to do combined humanities at Leicester University." And I paused there. This is not to decry Leicester or combined humanities. But she turned around and said to me, "Are you mad?" And it was one of my friends who was at an all-boys school in Derry, who had been talked about law and had been given it as an option, said to me, "I've got into Queen's. That's my first choice. Brunel is my second choice. They have places." So in many ways, I feel law, I didn't really choose law, it chose me. I fell into Brunel and ended up in West London, and well, that's a topic for another day. Regional accent in a London law school, it threw up its own challenges. But I got through and I passed, and I managed to secure a training contract in a niche employment practice in Birmingham. And I met there my first inspirational leader. And I do think, and I know we're thinking about women building up women, but the first person who really had a pivotal role in my career was a man, and he was a managing partner, and he really embraced diversity and inclusion well before it was a thing. I'm talking about the 1990s in Birmingham, and he really made me feel as if it's not that just we have a range of people in this firm, but you're all included, and more than being included, you belong here. You know, it's not that I've invited you to the table just to hear your opinion. You really belong here, and it is your opinion as well. So that really stuck with me and then led me on then to eventually returning to Northern Ireland. I think we all come back home at some point, so we do. And when I came back here, I worked in private practice and managed to secure my first role in the current organisation I am now. And I'm very proud of that. I have worked with some absolutely amazing female, some very strong females and some brilliant ones, and I continue to do so today as well. And I've come from the organisation now, the Employers Federation. When I joined it, it was predominantly male. We've turned that around. We have our one token man now, so we have at the end of the day. So it is great to see. I would echo what everyone has said, though. We are seeing a lot of females coming into the profession. My concern is we're a wee bit like, if you ever do population pyramids and you see the low economically developed countries, we're really like the Eiffel Tower. We're coming in at the bottom, but we're not progressing up. And I think the question needs to be asked, what can be done to get us up further?
Thank you, Michelle. And finally, we have Emma McElveen, who is a specialist employment disputes barrister. Emma is the current Vice Chair of the Employment Lawyers Group and has been instructed by the Equality Commission in numerous discrimination cases. She sits as the Chair of the Appeals Committee for the Irish Football Association. So Emma McElveen, ladies and gentlemen, is going to say a few words, and then we'll open it to the floor. Thanks, Emma.
Thank you, Donna, and good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you this morning to share with you what it's like to be a female barrister and also a mother of 3 young children. So firstly, in terms of my personal background, I'm also from a working class background. I was the first person in my family to go to university, and despite that, I managed to graduate top of my year in Queen's, and I secured a scholarship to go to Harvard University. I had great dreams of becoming a lawyer in New York. I passed the New York bar, but then I went to a lunch organised by Invest NI, and Norman Houston, I sat beside him. I'm sure many of you will know him in this room. And he introduced me indirectly to my now husband. And lo and behold, I was back in Northern Ireland and married to a man from Lisburn quicker than I thought. So in terms of my legal career, I was called to the Bar of Northern Ireland in 2016, so I've been there now nearly 8 years, and within my first few years of practice, I found myself with 3 children under 3. So what was that like? Chaos. But I have learned a lot through that, and I just wanted to share a story with you, which I'm proud of. So during the pandemic in a way, I think helped women like me within the profession. We saw the introduction of virtual hearings, and it did provide a bit of flexibility. And as a barrister, you're self-employed, and there is a pressure to get back to your cases so that your solicitors essentially don't pass cases to other people, and to keep your clients serviced. So whenever I was in tribunal and I was a breastfeeding mother and I wanted to continue that journey, and I remember thinking, how am I going to go in and tell this male judge that I need Brex to breastfeed? And I managed to speak up, and there was an issue with the hearing location because of COVID, and this judge wanted to have it in Adelaide House. And I had to write in and say, because I'd been in touch with the female clerk to make the arrangements for the breastfeeding, and I had said, you cannot move the location because otherwise I'm going to need 2 hours for my lunch to enable me to express. But whenever I spoke up and explained the logistical issues with this, the judge understood and accommodated the hearing in the building with the adjustments. And as a result of me doing that, there is now arrangements within the employment tribunals for female counsel and females that are coming to the tribunals. And as you go in, Michelle will know, there's the wee breastfeeding welcome here signs. And it's not easy to speak out on some of these issues, particularly within, a conservative profession at times, and particularly people that maybe don't understand the logistics, but when you do, small things like that can make a huge difference. So in terms of the cases I've had the privilege of being involved in for the Equality Commission, I was reflecting back on some of the cases over the years, and a few stand out. And I think of Laura, and her case is published online, and the day after her 20-week scan, she was told by her employer that her job was coming to an end because the season had finished. And that wasn't the case at all. And I had the privilege of representing her. And as a result, we proved that it was nonsense about the season. And the real reason for her dismissal was because of her pregnancy. I also think of Suzanne, who entered a male-dominated profession and faced comments such as, "Sure, you're only back from maternity leave, and that's like an extended holiday." And also even more extreme cases where women within their workplaces in Northern Ireland have faced sexist remarks, inappropriate touching, and even in some cases pressurised into having sex with their older male employers. I also do want to recognise the progress that has been made within our own profession. When I was training to be a barrister, we had no females on our High Court. We've now had 2. We've had our First Lady Chief Justice, and some of the initiatives that Our Lady Chief has been involved in has made great strides within our profession and has made it easier for female barristers like me. My own master, Rachel Best, was sworn in as a KC, which was a great inspiration for a female like me coming behind. And the Bar Diversity Project has identified, and we now have information and data about the issues that are faced. But the challenge is not over, and when asking myself the question, well, what else can we do? What else needs to be done? I come up with 3 key things. Number 1, we need bold action off the back of this data. When we look to other jurisdictions around us, like the Republic of Ireland and GB, we see things like equal briefing policies, which are really helping women break into non-traditional areas of law. We also need further collaboration across the professions, and particularly between female solicitors and female barristers. And one thing I would love to see in Northern Ireland is a women in law society to enable relationships like that to be developed. And also, finally, I want to say that this is not just a problem within the legal profession, and there is still a need for cultural change. And on this, I thought I would share a story which happened to me this morning when I was getting ready, and my dad, who was up helping me with the kids to get them out the door, said to me, "Oh, where are you going today?" And I said, "Oh, I'm going to this Equality Commission conference." And he said, "You women, you are always greeting about something." So that showed me, and I said, well, there you go. That's why we're having a conference like this, because we need to keep, challenging these assumptions, perceptions, attitudes, and, there's a need for wider cultural change. For example, very topical at the minute, fully funded childcare strategy for Northern Ireland, changing perceptions about flexible working. My own husband's employer has been very supportive about flexible working, and we need more employers to embrace that because, and I want to finish with a quote from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and it is, "Women will only have true equality when men share with them the responsibility of bringing up our next generation." And I think that's a good place to end, and hopefully we can continue some of these themes through our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. So I'm going to throw it open to the floor, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure what the 4 women have spoken about has sparked something in your head. Maybe you have had similar experiences. So women in the law, both in regard to their profession and also the law that is being used by women to fight sexual discrimination, sex discrimination. We've got 2 roving mics on the ground. So if you want to put up your hand, yes, just in the middle there, and that'd be great. Thank you very much.
What types of sexual harassment and discrimination cases and complaints do you see more commonly?
Siobhan, do you want to take that? the more common cases now? Your microphone should be on.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I think there are probably two key types. They tend to be related to pregnancy and maternity, and the circumstances, as has already been mentioned, I think, of returning to work, changes that are made in the workplace at that point. I think that's one of the key ones. So I think in terms of applications for legal funding, disability is at the highest level, followed by gender. And sometimes there's an intersection between the two as well. But in terms of the gender complaints, I think pregnancy, maternity, and then sexual harassment in the workplace would be the next highest level of applications. And of course, the legal aid isn't available for discrimination in the workplace cases. So unless somebody has a very significant insurance policy that is going to cover their legal costs, then the Equality Commission is filling that gap. So there are a significant number of applications.
What's concerning what Geraldine said earlier, you don't see a reduction in the number of those cases. That's most concerning.
Yes, I would agree that is concerning, and I suppose there's two ways of looking at that. As they say about lawyers, sometimes they should have several arms, because they always say on the one hand this and on the other hand that. But on the one hand, the Equality Commission, as has been said, has been in operation for 25 years. And on the one hand, it is concerning that there is an increased level of such applications. But on the other hand, it does speak to the fact that the awareness has been raised and that people are more inclined towards making a complaint than they would have been in the past. So I think there are two perspectives in relation to that, but it certainly is of concern.
Okay. Anyone else from the floor? If you can put your hand up, please. We have here at the front, second table in. Yes, if you wouldn't mind, we'll wait until you get the microphone so we can all hear your question to the panel. To anyone in particular, or a general question?
Just a general question. Susan from Shankill Women's Centre. I suppose just in terms of coming from a working class background, how can we encourage more young women to become involved in the legal profession, both across Northern Ireland and further?
Emma, do you want to take that up? Just to hold it straight up. Yeah.
Yes, I would say two things. I think
up higher, if you wouldn't mind, Emma. Sorry. Yeah, as close as you can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
So two things come to mind. I think we need strong female role models. And I remember a piece of research that was done by Queen's at the time when I was coming through. You cannot be what you cannot see. And one of the things that the bar has done in our Inn of Court, we now have like a row of successful female KCs up. And even it's very empowering to visibly see that and visibly see the change. So I think we need to see it, and having women that are able to smash them glass ceilings and make it to our High Court and make it to be Lady Chief Justice is critical. And also the importance of good female mentors as well. I personally selected a female master, and the influence that she has had in my career to date has been critical, I would say, in me staying at the bar, because there's been many a day where I have struggled and thought, I cannot do this anymore. And she has taken me out for breakfast and said, do you want to know what? Eat that breakfast, drink that coffee, and pull your socks up and you will get through this. And I think they're the two things that personally I think really make a difference.
Yeah, I think in many professions it's having those mentors, it's having someone who's already been down that path to help you out. Lorraine, is there something that women bring to the legal profession that has been missing before?
Well, I think there absolutely is, and it's not even confined to the legal profession. There's certain qualities that are gender specific, and it's not that we should see those as negatives, because often that can be viewed as a negative thing. You can get the stereotypical about being emotional and being X, Y, and Z, but very often there's areas that you need to have a level of compassion, and that can be turned into a very positive thing. It doesn't need to be seen as being a negative, and I think whenever you own it and you take it on and you show, whether it's your client or if it's a company that you're acting for, if you can demonstrate the best interests, you can communicate with them in an effective way, and they've got the confidence in you as their representative, then anything that you bring to the table should be a positive. And also, the reality of it is, I think the male perspective in terms of criminal law is very much seen because they're robust and sturdy and they'll stand up for their client. But very often that's not what you want to see. Very often whenever you're dealing with maybe a case that's got a lot of sensitivity around it, very often I would say that the police interview is the starting point. And sometimes a softer touch when that's presented to a jury is much more effective than somebody who's standing banging on the table and shouting and screaming. So, there are pros and cons, but I think we should be really putting these things forward as positives and not seeing them as things that hold women in the profession back.
Any other questions from the floor, please? If you put your hand up. That table over there. The woman with the black top on. Thank you for your question. Is this for someone in particular or the general panel? We'll just make sure the microphone's on for you there. This will be for you, Emma, okay? Thank
Emma,
you.
hello. My name is Rose McCullough. I'm a GP by background. I have other things to do. We have a Medical Women's Federation and a Women in Medicine in Ireland network, which is, again, to address all the topics that are covered here today. The Women in Medicine in Ireland network conference is on in October in Riddle Hall. If you want to talk to me, we can invite you along there just to see. But it brings secondary care, primary care, everybody together, along with the students coming up through in all the universities. So it is very beneficial. And can I say, my mentor, I have to see her at 11 o'clock from a long time ago. I still quote her from many years ago, Judith Gillespie. I'll see you in a minute.
Yes, very good, and we'll hear from Judith later. Thank you for that. Anyone else from the floor? Yeah, right over here. We'll get a microphone too, if you just hold on a second there. If you pass that on.
Hello. This is the issue of, it's for anyone in general, the issue of coercive control. Why are women slow to report this type of abusive behaviour precisely to legal professionals? Do they have threshold principles to help victims report the abuse they experience, which is coercively controlling?
And you're talking about coercive control not just in the workplace but in homes and throughout society?
Dysfunctional marital relationships and perhaps the workplace.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to take that on?
I suppose having dealt with family law for nearly 20 years, I think in a way the clue's in the name, so to speak. The coercive control is, it overtakes the person's life, and it's not actually necessarily female, although obviously predominantly it does fall into that category. A lot of the time it takes someone outside to identify what's actually going on, and it can be just as simple as someone having a conversation with someone away from, obviously, the individual involved in the behaviour, or perhaps those outside agencies that do such important work. So whether someone's attending a day centre with their child, or whether they're attending some sort of a facility where it gives them that space, that bit of a breakaway, where they feel the confidence and they're empowered to discuss it. It's one of these things. There's no ideal solution to any scenario, but it is just by virtue of the nature of building that gap. And I suppose you have to think, funding all of this is a huge problem in this jurisdiction, and lack of funding to organisations that do a huge amount of work and rely very much on local community funding or charitable funding. And really what I would like to see, and unfortunately our First and Deputy First Minister aren't here, but it's that type of funding, that the government really needs to be, the executive needs to be stepping up and filling in the gaps, to have the facilities and the places where these people can go when they are involved in that type of abusive and coercive relationship.
I know from doing a women's conference, a women's aid conference last week in Newry, your brother, the judge, was there, and it was very much an idea of, it's not a woman's issue, it's a men's issue, and as a collective society, we have to stamp out something like coercive control. It's recognising that on behalf of the person, the victim and survivor, maybe not the person themselves. You wanted to say something on that?
No, it was exactly that the Women's Aid Conference last week just dealt particularly with this issue, and the question was asked was why didn't she stay, it was how did she leave and what helped her leave and what was it, and it was the outside influence that brings somebody and identifies that this is a situation that's not good. But it's a very difficult question, and there's no one easy answer to it in terms of it.
Anyone else from the floor? Right at the front here. Thank you. We'll take a couple more questions and then we'll break for a cup of tea and coffee, okay? Thank you for your question.
Hi, this is a general question for anyone in the panel that has a view or information. Where is the law on paternity pay? So, Emma, you were talking about how, you know, we won't have equality until raising the next generation is very much a shared responsibility. And how it just strikes me at present, I don't feel like the system is set up to encourage that. Am I right in that? And are there any plans or campaigns for that, for the law to change to say prevent companies from offering enhanced contractual maternity pay to their female employees, but not even broadly equivalent enhanced contractual paternity pay to same employees? Which, you know, I mean, I'm including public sector employees in that. I think public sector is behind the private sector in that regard.
Michelle from the Employers Federation.
There has been cases on the shared parental leave and that whether there needs to be the equality between or the same treatment for women and men. And what the case law seems to say is that maternity pay and maternity leave just isn't to care for the kid, is to recover from the birth and the child, and therefore you can treat them differently. But I do think the whole issue of shared parental leave, I absolutely agree, until we get more men sharing the responsibility of bringing up kids, then we're not going to have equality in the workplace. So we're not, and I think more should be done about supporting women in the 30s, the late 20s and 30s, how to stay in the workplace. You know, and shared parental leave hasn't been successful, so it hasn't. But it's a policy issue in terms of what can make the change. But there's other things as well. The flexible working provisions could be increased. You know, we've seen increases in GB. Carers leave is the other thing. You know, I'm in the sandwich generation. I'm looking after both kids and parents, and that puts an extra pressure on the workplace. So there's lots of things that I think from a policy director the executive could look at about how do we keep women in the 30s and in their 50s from, you know, going out of the profession and not staying on it.
Siobhan, did you want to say something on that?
I was just going to say, as an aside, you're probably aware that there's a referendum in the South on Friday, and I've been taking part in debates all week, and it's just such an interesting topic because there are two sides. Obviously, the Constitution currently in the South says it refers to women's life within the home, and it refers to mothers' duties within the home. And surprisingly, there are quite a lot of advocates that should remain, that by changing that to a gender-neutral version, we're undermining women's role and mothers' roles. There's been a very, very interesting debate, and obviously the suggestion is that the wording is changed to refer to family carers. But I think Michelle hits the nail on the head in terms of it's about finding the right balance. It's, you know, which isn't easy and is, you know, quite a complex issue. But it's about acknowledging, you know, the role and the need for maternity leave, for example, but also the need for shared parental leave and striking that balance. So I suppose keep your eyes on the news as to where that goes next Friday, or this Friday, actually.
This Friday. I think we deserve a coffee break now, ladies and gentlemen. A reminder that you have an evaluation form on your table. Please fill it in. The organisers would love to hear your feedback. Our thanks again, please, to Siobhan Cullen, Lorraine Keown, Michelle McGinley and Emma McElveen. And we will re-adjourn at 20 to 12, ladies and gentlemen. Tea and coffee is now served. We're going to start the second part of the conference today, and we're going to be focusing on women and work. Achievements, experiences, and challenge. And for this, I'd like to invite firstly our panellists up to take a seat on the stage beside me here. That's Judith Gillespie, Gráinne Long, Kat McCusker, and Tina McKenzie. And we have gathered together for this part of the conference 4 women who have invaluable knowledge and expertise to share with us today. And you will have an opportunity to ask them questions after each has made a short presentation. Before we hear from our panellists, on video we have Paul Oakes, and Paul is from the Equality Commission. As the Equality Development Manager, he talks about support that's available for employers when it comes to women and work. Here's Paul.
It's fair to say that over the past 25 years, the position of women at work in Northern Ireland has, in general, improved. Employers are more likely to develop policies, practices and procedures that assist women in both accessing and staying at work. Challenges remain, however, for the Equality Commission in relation to issues such as sexual harassment, hybrid working, pregnancy and maternity, and issues in relation to menopause. That's why we continue to support employers with training and guidance.
Thanks to Paul. And now to our speakers. Judith Gillespie, CBE, joined the police in 1982, having been turned down twice. In 2004, she was the first woman in the history of the RUC PSNI to become an Assistant Chief Constable. Later promoted to Deputy Chief Constable. As a senior officer, she led the service through significant change. Since leaving, Judith has served on numerous public equality and justice bodies and has championed the cause of vulnerable victims and survivors. Let's hear first of all now from Judith Gillespie.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and what a privilege it is to be part of this conference. I'm speaking as a police officer of 32 years service, and then latterly as a citizen of Northern Ireland with 10 years experience in public life. So I just want to talk briefly about my experience in policing, and 5 minutes would not probably do it justice. We could talk for a long time about some of the things, the challenges that I faced as a woman within the RUC-GC and then latterly in the PSNI. But Donna referred to the fact that I was turned down twice when I applied to join the police, first of all in 1981, and I was turned down because I was a woman, because back in those days, women were not armed. That changed only in 1994 after a case taken with the Equality Commission's support in 1986. So it took 8 years to make the decision to arm policewomen. And for me, not that I would ever want to have been part of an armed police service when I joined. I'd much prefer that police officers didn't have to carry firearms. But for me, that was the last barrier to full equality that was removed, and that was only in 1994. Can I also say, as part of the Patent Transformational Change Programme, that one of the key things that happened was the introduction of professional police staff at a high level within the organisation. And many of those professional police staff, head of legal, head of media, director of finance, director of human resources, were women. And as the sole female chief officer on the command team, I found those women an incredibly powerful source of support and encouragement to me. So just to say a word that it's not just about police officers, it also included police staff. And also to mention those male allies who encouraged and supported me throughout my police career. And looking back to where I was in 1999, I was head of the then RUC drug squad. And it was a male chief officer who encouraged me to take on that role, despite the fact that I had no previous experience within the drugs world of any description. So I was not just concerned about internal diversity within the police service, but also about diversity in terms of service provision. So it wasn't just inward looking in terms of the need for diversity within the police service, but also outward looking with regard to the service that we provided. And I would be the first to say that police do not always get it right, and sometimes make mistakes, and sometimes don't get it as right as we should. But in terms of external service provision, it has transformed dramatically. I think back to 1999 when domestic abuse offences just started to be counted, let alone dealt with properly. There is now a sexual offence referral centre, a SARC. Issues like coercive control that was mentioned earlier were not really recognised then. The law has changed, but these issues are counted, recognised, the data is collected, and strategies developed to deal with them. Issues like stalking, human trafficking, revenge porn, female genital mutilation. You know, when I joined the RUC, those things were not recognised, let alone spoke about or have strategies to deal with them. But there are still alarmingly low rates of conviction for some very serious sexual offences, including rape. And if I was asked to focus on one thing that I think needs to be improved within policing and within society generally, it's that focus on what healthy relationships actually look like at home and what consent means. So I think young boys and young girls need to be taught from an early age what a healthy relationship looks like and what consent actually means when it comes to sexual activity. Just to say, finally, a word about women in public life. I have 10 years' experience post-PSNI. There is life after policing, most definitely. I had the privilege and challenge to chair the working group on mother and baby homes, Magdalen laundries, and historical clerical child abuse. And I want to mention those women, and indeed men, who still are waiting for justice and redress from the way in which society treated them in the most grotesque manner when they became pregnant outside of marriage, and the children, the babies, were adopted in questionable circumstances and often taken abroad to America and further afield. I have some experience on the Equality Commission, the Probation Board, the Garda Policing Authority, where in the face of the legislation, the policing authority had to be 4 women and 4 men. How interesting that they agreed on the face of the legislation that the policing authority should be completely gender equal. And so I would say to women in the room, step up to your role in public life if you want to. If you're hesitating about applying for a position on a board, whether that be in a school or in a local NGO or indeed in one of the larger public sector organisations here, don't hesitate, do it, because it's really important to have that voice and your experience represented around the table and that diversity of voice around the table. And just finally from me, before I hand over to the next panel member, it's so important that issues like criticism in social media, targeting of women, that very gendered nature of the criticism in social media that women uniquely face is dealt with. I can say that from personal experience, having been the victim of some horrendous trolling and commentary on my personal integrity, that the focus needs to be on the people who post this stuff, and social media platforms need to deal with that. It is one of those things that definitely prevents women from stepping up to public role and indeed into politics, and I think we're going to hear about that more later. Nobody minds being criticised for the decisions they make or the policies that they have or the views that they hold, but when it comes to your appearance, your personal integrity, your home life and your family, that is beyond the pale, and that needs to be dealt with, and the sooner the better. Thank you.
Absolutely, Judith, and so say all of us. Gráinne Long is CEO of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, one of the largest publicly owned social landlords in Europe. Now, previously, Gráinne was the Commissioner for Resilience for the City of Belfast, the Chief Executive of the charity ISPCC Childline in the Republic, and she has brought her wealth of experience to public bodies like the Human Rights Commission and the Belfast Climate Commission. Let's hear from Gráinne Long.
Donna. Good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. I feel I have a personal stake in the Equality Commission because I had 2 wonderful years as Director of Policy way back when I was in my late 20s. And so I love this organisation. So congratulations and onwards and upwards to the Commission. Last week we celebrated 25 years of the Human Rights Commission, 2 organisations that it has never been more important that we invest in equality of opportunity and good relations and in human rights. I wished I wouldn't have been saying that 25 years ago, but here we are. But so much optimism too. Judith and I didn't speak in advance, but actually I wanted to touch on some of the issues she raised. I find, and I love being in the job that I'm in, but I find people are very past remarkable and everybody has a view on you. And so I get asked questions a lot. And the question is sometimes, you don't manage all that, do you? You don't, do you? And so a lot is asked of women to be public in public places. And I totally accept that I can and I should be, but there's a point at which you shouldn't go beyond, and I think a lot is asked of us. But I'm saying that not to put anybody off, because actually what's wonderful about public life in Northern Ireland is you get to serve, and I see myself first and foremost as a public servant, here to serve communities, here to serve my tenants, the tenants that I serve, and that's so important to me. But that point around 10, 15 years ago, I definitely thought that I had to keep the private bit of me away. So I never thought that I would talk about the fact that I'm a mum. I never thought that I would talk about the fact that my biggest challenge this week is what I'm going to put on him on Thursday for World Book Day. That is the most stressful thing. I still haven't figured it out because he hasn't made a decision on which Pokemon he has to go as. But I also never thought about the fact that I talk about the fact that my dad has chronic dementia. And he lives in Dublin. So twice a week at the moment, I get in the car and I do work calls. So if any of you are calling me at the moment and you're thinking, she's driving, it's because I'm going down to visit Dad because he needs to see me a couple of times a week. And those are part of who we are. I'm part of being a public person in public life, but there is a point at which I think you still have to retain a little bit of yourself. I had fantastic female role models. I'm so glad the previous panel talked about mentors and mentoring. I couldn't be where I am here without the women and the men who gave their time and their advice, and were generous with their time and their advice to me and gave me the kinds of tips and advice that I needed to do the job. And so being a woman has not made my career more difficult. But it hasn't been easy either, and I think I had to learn over many, many years how to get my point across, how to say, no, that was my idea. That was my idea. That he said, that was my idea, I said it first. I still have to say that a lot, a lot. Being taken seriously, putting your hand up, and getting your way into the room where the decisions are made, and staying in that room. And so I had to learn that, and I'm still learning it every day. And when I think back to 1997, 2000, there were men everywhere. There were men in all of the management tiers. And so I'm the first female permanent appointment. I hate saying that. I hate saying I'm the first woman doing anything. I'm kind of tired saying that now, actually. But I'm the first female permanent CEO of the Housing Executive. I don't say that very, very often, but I think it's important that I say it here. But what was really interesting to me, in 50 years, and it's a wonderful organisation with wonderful heritage, in 50 years with male chief executives, there was never more than one female director around the executive team, in 50 years. And so I was appointed nearly 3 years ago. And now we have myself as a female CEO, and we have 3 female directors. We have Director of Finance, we have Director of Housing, and we have a Director of the Strategic Housing Authority. So I firmly believe that that happens for a reason. I didn't wake up one morning and go, I'm going to find women to put on my executive team, because I can't do that and I shouldn't do it. But if you see it, you can be it, and it's been said before. And I have wonderful colleagues coming up through the organisation at all ranges of levels, and I can see more and more women now coming back to the Housing Executive. I genuinely believe that female leaders in positions have an impact. If people see it, if women see it, they think, I could do that too. But we have a problem in housing, and housing is a very, very big area, but property is still seen as a male place to be. Okay, so I went to our asset management away day, planning strategy away day, and I walked in, and despite the fact that we have some wonderful women in our asset management directorate, property is still seen as a male area. The wages in property tend to be higher than wages in housing management, which tends to be, and social housing management, which tends to be seen as a female area. So we've loads and loads of work to do in housing to change how we think about it. Infrastructure is better paid. Investment is better paid. It has been the case in housing for too long. We have to change that, despite the fact that the Housing Executive spends £1.3 billion every year. I tend to sit on panels next to men who are spending far, far less, but are on far higher wages than me. And that is not a plea for my wages to go up, but it is certainly a call for we need to understand what we value in terms of public services. I'm also responsible for hugely important services to women as a public servant, and it is my job and the job of all of us in this room who make decisions to think about how the services that we provide reflect the reality of the lives of women. Too many women in housing executive properties are suffering from poverty. Too many women in housing executive properties are suffering from domestic violence and domestic abuse. Too many women are worried about how they're going to pay the bills, and I have to think constantly, and we constantly think about how we shape our services to ensure that we are resolving as much as we can. I've also had to ask over my career too many men to take their hands off me. And I've also had to hold the hands of female colleagues and female friends who also had to ask men to take their hands off them. And so while that is angering and frustrating. I'm actually sometimes more angry about the fact that I'm asked to sit in rooms to talk about the problem. And I look around in those rooms, and the rooms are full of women. And we're still asking women how we solve that problem. So I think my ask for myself and for us and all the female leaders in this room is we need to stop asking women to speak out. And we need to start asking the system to go and find predatory men. And they need to be asked to leave the system. So the threat, I think, I'm pleased to say, the threat of violence towards women is much more talked about. And thank you to the Equality Commission and to all those other organisations who talk and refuse to apologise to talk about that, who refuse to talk about domestic violence. And it is better understood, but it is in no way resolved, not by a long shot, as Judith has said. My final point is to think what I thought back about who I was when I was working in the Equality Commission, and I definitely thought that if we made progress, we could just bank it and we could move on to the next thing. Evelyn is here. Boy, oh boy, I learned a lot in the last few years about thinking you've banked progress, and actually you need to bank it, but you need to hang on to it, and you need to hang on to it for dear life, because we are at risk of losing some of the progress that we made. But I don't think we are when I look at some of the fantastic faces in this room. So I am not less optimistic, but I am less complacent, and I am more wary of progress being taken away. My last point, the head tilt. How are you getting on? Sure, you couldn't be enjoying working in the housing executive. As if a woman couldn't enjoy a big, messy, complex organisation, what else would I be doing? So enjoy it. Ask me questions. If you want a mentor, please come and talk to me. And thank you for the opportunity to be asked.
Thank you, Grania. Now we have Kat McCusker, and Kat is Regional Market Leader at PwC, which employs over 4,000 people in Northern Ireland. Kat is passionate about working with her clients to create a positive impact of their business on our society. She also works with local, central government and the police, along with universities locally and globally. Kat is also Vice President of the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let's hear from Kat McCusker. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. Reflecting on some of the stories that everybody's been telling, I suppose mine's not dissimilar. So I'm the first of my family from a working class background to go to university. And I had the privilege of my dad at 4 years of age sitting me on his knee whilst he was drying my hair and trying to make me feel like it was really long because it wouldn't grow. That he set out the plan that I would go to Our Ladies and then I'd go to university. And suddenly I was at university and went, well, what do I do now? So my first degree was in business and law, and I quickly, much as I love law, knew that I probably didn't want to practice law. So I did another one in European law and public administration to pacify my mother, because we hadn't had that conversation yet that I was not going to go to the bar. And I had the great privilege of Baroness O'Loan being my mentor. And Nuala has an animal way of telling you like it is. And she said, it's like this, Kat. I don't think you've got it in you to be a barrister. And I was like, I'll not use the word Nuala used. I went, I think people might disagree with you, Nuala. And she went, you should be a consultant. So that set me off on the route to be a management consultant. And I applied to both PwC and Accenture at the time and fell absolutely in love with the people at PwC along that journey. I got the privilege to join the firm in Dublin coming up to 23 years ago, so I am a complete lifer of the firm. It's been a wonderful journey, but it's had its bumps in the road. And that almost started with my interview with the head of consulting for my final interview. I was due to go to London and join the firm in London, and the senior partner in Dublin called me back and said, would you think of coming to Dublin? And I was like, well, what's in it for me to come to Dublin and not go to London? So we had that difficult salary conversation, you know, the one as females we don't like to have and whatever you think. So in the interest of being quite naive at the time, I used the line, my father thinks I'm priceless, why don't we start there? And as Roy Hannon would now to this day said, he knew he had his work cut out for him then, that this one was not going to follow a straight line. I got the biggest privilege. My whole background has been in public sector, and when I joined the firm, I thought I was going to be one of the cool private sector kids, down with the brands, doing all of that uber cool consulting. But I rapidly found my love and passion was really firmly in public sector, really making a difference Everything that we were doing could have an impact, and if we got it wrong, we would be on the front page of The Sun, the News of the World, the Times, you name it. So it came with consequences, and I think that became a huge part of my working ethos as I went through the firm. I got the privilege very quickly to start to work internationally and on a number of big UK transformation projects that then had an impact on us here in Northern Ireland. And one of the first ones of those was the biggest in public sector at the time, back in 2003. It was 400 million on signing, numbers we only dream of now. And it was for the DVLA. So for all of you now who get your tax online, I was one of the coders making that happen over 20 years ago and turning what was the DVLA in the UK from a 13-storey postbox where your letters went in on the 13th floor and your tax disc and your driving licence came out of the basement into fundamentally transforming how it operated. And it kind of gave my real love about how you make a difference and really see things through. I then ended up moving to the UK because Ireland was not being generous to me in finding a husband, so I had to go to England and find my now husband over there. Who turns out to be an Irishman after all of that, from just up the road in Glen. But I got the privilege of working on big deals and big transformations, and I sort of started to be a little bit different and a bit pioneer about what could we do to make a difference. So I came to the partners as I had just made director at the time of a recession, never good in a public sector environment, and said, I feel we're missing an opportunity here. We do not work in education. I think this is a market we should be really focusing on as PwC. And whilst we're auditors, we do not do enough consulting work. So they gave me 6 months to make a business. And we went on now, 14 years later. I lead the education practice across the firm, and for EMEA, it's been one of my personal biggest privileges because the big thing for me that comes with that is the impact we get to have on the students of the future. And it's allowed me to get heavily involved with PwC in a number of things. One, getting rid of the UCAS barrier so that we could get true students from all different backgrounds into PwC. No longer did you need to have certain A-level grades or a 2-1, getting that removed so everybody gets the opportunity. How many of us had it sorted at 18? How many of us knew what our outcomes were going to be at 18, 21? Also, a huge focus on widening participation, something I'm very passionate about. How do we reach out and continue to give back to others and give them the opportunities, particularly in Northern Ireland with the last 25 years we've seen? Those who were great 25 years ago remain to do okay. Those who were affected are still affected. We have to do more. And then I get to the part where I got to be partner. And you think this is the biggest privilege. On the year I was going for partner, I got told I was young enough and female, and one of my male candidates had failed the year before. So I could wait another year because time would be on my side and it wouldn't be great for me to go up against him. And that hurt. It hurt a lot, actually. And it gave me a lot of, is this where I want to be? I had other offers, I had other firms I could go to. So I went through my partner process and a partner process with 2 other of the big 4, who I won't name, and ended up with 3 partner offers at the one time. And a very wise man who's been one of my biggest mentors and from this parish came and seen me at home and was like, you know, if I cut you, I know you bleed PwC. But I was like, but that's not fair. It's about fairness. And I really started to call out the need for fairness for younger females coming through. It's not right to be called out for being the youngest, the first. We should all have that right to be able to get through. So off the back of that, and as I went through my partner journey, which, by the way, there's 15 grades of partner. I tell everybody that because on the day I found that out, I was shocked and I was signing my partner papers. No, how did I not know? Nobody ever told me this. And they treat you like you've gone from primary school into first year at secondary school. And suddenly I had other partners who I'd worked for many years when I was their most valuable player and the #1 director, who suddenly walked into the same rooms and said, let me introduce the junior partner. There's no such grade as junior partner. So sometimes that said a lot more about them, but it also made me very determined that I was going to try and change that route for others coming through. So one of the key initiatives that I've driven in PwC has been about fair access to work. Sometimes in some of our jobs where you're challenging for different clients, it can be a popularity contest. It can be being on the right team and knowing the right people or in the right cliques, that you just keep moving around with that core team that can be perceived as high performers. And you know you could get in and do something really good, but it's how do we make that happen? So I drove that across the whole of the UK and Ireland in creating that fair access for females, but also for diversity and also for everybody from an inclusion perspective, so that we really challenged ourselves on every job we staffed, were we giving everybody that right for access and allowing it to happen. So then as I progressed, I got the privilege, and I do call it a privilege, 2 years ago, where I had an innocent conversation where they said, would you consider coming back home? Would you consider coming back to Northern Ireland to take over leading the firm? And I was like, wasn't really on my radar. Hadn't really thought about that. That's very front of house. I'm not sure that's my forte. But I leaned in. I decided, you know what, let's give it a lash. What's the worst that can happen? I've got a great team around me. I've got some fantastic mentors. I knew I was coming in to work with great people in Northern Ireland. And what a privilege to come home and really start to drive the change that we can do as a firm into the region and make a real economic impact. So it's been phenomenal to come back and do it. We're only getting started. And if I was to look at some of my reflections of the last 2 years, one, we desperately have to do more about our childcare strategy. This is keeping up to 48% of women who are highly qualified out of the workplace. We've been doing a huge amount with convening with Aoife Hamilton, with the rest of the private and third sector, and really trying to get a pilot. I really urge everybody to lean in on this here. We will have to affect change on it. It is critical, and we will not be setting people up for the future if we don't address this. The second thing I would sort of ask you to do, one of my biggest reflections is to be bolder, be braver, and be better at putting your arm behind you and pulling that chain of females through. Look around you and think who they are. What can you be doing, not just from promotions, but giving them that mentoring, coaching and encouragement and showing them the art of the possible. I think if we could collectively look to do that, we can really affect some fantastic change for everybody in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Tina McKenzie, MBE, has more than 30 years' experience in the recruitment and employment services, working with some of the world's largest blue-chip companies. She established Staffline Recruitment as a start-up throughout Ireland, taking the company to a turnover of £150 million in just 5 years. Tina has previously served as the European Ambassador for Women's Entrepreneurship Day and is currently the Honorary Consul to Finland in Northern Ireland. A few words, not in Finnish, but in English. Tina McKenzie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I never know what profile I'm going to get, Donna. I don't know who sends it over and what they're going to say. Yes, I am the Honorary Consul of Finland, and that is a very funny story, because I was with a group of guys in it was actually in Europa, it was upstairs at a do, and they were all of a certain age and let's say background, and I said, what do you do? I'm very nosy as a recruiter, and I was the one that I actually said earlier to Grania, are you happy where you are? Thinking I've got lots of executive jobs and there's an executive recruiter that works with me in the room, but I didn't do this. So I'm upstairs in Europa and there's a group of guys there, and I said, what do you do? And how did you get there? And what? Nosy. And this guy says, well, I'm the Honorary Consul of Guatemala. And I said, how on earth do you get to be an Honorary Consul of Guatemala? Oh, well, you know, it was a very long story, blah, blah, blah. And he's a lovely guy, he's called Declan. And the guy standing with him, I said, what does he do? Oh, he's the Honorary Consul of Hungary. And what does he do? Oh, well, he's the Honorary Consul of Spain. I said, this is a joke, you know. What's that? Why is that a joke? I said, all you, a bunch of men. Where's all the women? It's a bloody joke, excuse my bloody. And he says, well, you know what, Tina, you see if you want it, there's a vacancy for Finland. I've never been to Finland. I don't know any Finnish people. There aren't very many in Northern Ireland. And I went, oh, right. And, you know, when you put it up to guys, you better, like, if they give you the challenge. So I said, right, I will then. So I'm back to work, and I thought, you know what? You can't really run around saying that. It's all about you blokes, and then us women not follow through. So I rang the embassy. Just thought, you know what? Why not? For the crack, right? So I rang the embassy and I said, and by the way, don't tell the Finnish ambassador, he's coming over here in a couple of weeks, don't tell him I told this story. I rang the embassy and I said, I heard that there's a vacancy for the honorary consul. Oh, right, and who are you? And do you have any connection to Finland? And do you speak Finnish? I had nothing. I said, no, but I'm a recruiter from Northern Ireland with a really good understanding of Northern Ireland. You know, the conflict and everything. I'm from Andytown. And he says, oh, really? Right, okay. So they said, all right then, we'll come back to you. 2 days later, I got this weird phone call saying the ambassador is in Belfast for meetings. And if you'd like to see the ambassador, she has said that she will see you in the Belfast City Airport before her flight at 4 o'clock. And I was like, right, okay. Well, I thought, you know what? Wouldn't it be nice to meet an ambassador? She's hardly going to, she's going to be wondering, what am I up to? But I will go and I will meet that woman and see what the crack is with her. How did she get to be an ambassador? You know, what was her journey like? So I looked her up online, and she'd been a lawyer, and I thought, wow, right, and she'd come through her profession. And in Finland, they are very supportive of women, and their family life, and how somebody asked the question about paternity pay, it's all set up that families, men and women, they're treated equally. So I thought, right, I'll go and have the chat with her. So I went to see her, and she had her head of office, who was another woman. And I since found out at the embassy, most of them were women. And that's very unusual in the embassies, because in the embassies in London, most of them are men. And so I went and sat and had a coffee with her, and I said, so, and tell me about your story. And she said, no, you tell me about you. And I said, well, this is what I do, this is where I came from, this is where I've been, worked most of my life in London, married an English man as well. They're good, aren't they? Yeah. Englishmen, actually, I hope there's none in the room, they do what they're told, don't they? You know, my Katrina, you know that's true, And, I think Northern Irish men are quite quick to tell you to get lost, whereas Englishmen are like, oh, yes, darling, that's no problem. Anyway, and I think you do need a good partner who will pick up the slack. If you think you're going to achieve lots of things, you're not going to do it with someone, whether it's somebody in your family is supporting you, you need a support. The truth is, you need a support function. You can't be out on early flights. You can't be working nights and weekends, as we've all done and all do, and, have no support function. You need to have the support function. Anyway, back to the ambassador. And she says, and tell me about you. Anyway, and then she says, oh, we'll contact you. And I thought, wow, that was interesting. I've met an ambassador. Never met her before. I got a call about 2 weeks later to say, well, when we were in Northern Ireland, we were actually interviewing for the role a man who has done a lot of work with universities in Helsinki, who speaks Finnish, but we'd rather have you. And I said, why would you want me? Because we're Finnish. We don't need you to tell us anything about Finland. We do need you to come to Helsinki, though. We don't need you to speak Finnish. We want you because we need to know more about Northern Ireland. The Finnish really helped in the peace process. They did all the stuff around the arms. We need someone like you that's in the community, that can talk about the community, that we can really relate to, so you've got the job. Hence why I'm the Honorary Consul of Finland. And then, when I got into the group of all the guys, guess what? I'm now the president of the Consular Association. I'm their president. So, I think, if you want to check me out, my career's on LinkedIn. Have a look if you're interested. It's not very interesting. But what I would say is this. I think home truths are really, really important. And I think back to that, social media, if you want to go public or you get any sort of profile, trust me, you will get hammered, as I do regularly, on social media. As Judith said, and we can joke about it, but actually some of the stuff they write, and there's some women in the room I know have had stuff written about them before, it's not even about what it does to you. It's about what it can do to your kids. When I remember people writing stuff about me, it was semi-true, but all in the wrong context. And I just thought, you know what? My kids went into school, and my kids go to a mixed school, and one of the teachers said something that I thought was just... Now, it wasn't anything bad, but it shouldn't have been said in an educational kind of setting for the children. My children, one was born in Wales, one was born in England, one was born in Northern Ireland. And as I said, I come from West Belfast, and when I brought my kids home, and my daughter, who was born in England, put up her big Union flag, it's only Union Jack when it's on a boat, apparently. She put up her big Union flag, and when her cousins came in, where they were all like, what is wrong with her? And I said, well, she's English. She was born in London. She's got an English accent. She's very proud of her heritage. And my other one's Welsh, and this Northern Irish one doesn't know what he is, but there you go. But I think the social media stuff really hurts. That's to my next point. You have to have a tribe. You have to have other people there to tell you what they're saying about you is not true, and that you're okay and what you're doing is right, and don't let it bring you down. And Dawn, I'm sure you've had some abuse on social media too. Anyone who's got any sort of a profile, it comes with it. But if you've got a good tribe, men and women, but especially the women, especially in Northern Ireland, it's like a village, women who'll lift you back up again, that's really, really important. And then I think, finally, and I'll make it really quick, I think we've all, as women, got to make choices, and we've got to make compromises. And anyone that pretends that you can get somewhere without all of that is not really being honest to us. And I look back and think, you know, my husband did a lot of the heavy lifting with the children. And he had to, because I travelled all the time. And I look back now and I think, you know, I've had a great career and I've done some wonderful things, and I'm very, as you can tell, confident with myself now. Not that I feel like everything I do is great, or not that I didn't wake up this morning, so how do I make myself look like Kat, all glamorous and everything, you know. You still judge yourself against other people, you still give yourself a hard time, but ultimately I think you've got to be honest with yourself. What journey do you want? What life do you want? Do you want to spend more time with the children, enjoy them while they're young? I don't know if I actually made the right choices. My kids tell me I did, and they're wonderful, and, oh, Mummy, you're brilliant, and I wouldn't have wanted a mummy who picks me up. And I go, well, I kind of wanted to have it all. I wanted to be the mummy to pick you up, and to have the career, and to provide for this family and the future. And I think we all want a bit of it all. But unfortunately in life, no matter who you are, you can't have it all. And I think just knowing that where you are in your life is where you get the most joy, is more important than constantly looking for what you can achieve in the future. All these wise people say the journey's where it's at, not with the destination. And no matter what you achieve anyway, you never think it's good enough, because we're women and we give each other give ourselves such a hard time. So the hardest thing to do is manage yourself and deep down know what gives you joy and follow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. 4 very inspirational women. I am sure there are lots of questions from the floor to each and every one of our speakers. Women who've had such an experience in life right through to their leadership roles. Any questions from the floor? We have microphones, as you know. Hands up. Just here at the front. The woman in the white t-shirt there. Thank you. Is this to a general one or to anyone in particular?
Well, it was to Judith, actually. Please, so my name is Lindsay McLaren. I'm going to be speaking this afternoon. My background, I was 18 years in the police, and unfortunately had to medically retire. But this is the first time I've probably met Judith, and I wanted to just relay a story very quickly. I always worked in units where I would have been the only female, and I worked incredibly hard. And the day I arrived in and announced that I was pregnant with twins, you could see the life draining from my boss's face. Didn't know what to do with me. So anyway, I got given the privilege of photocopying this pile of files for the next 9 months. And I remember sent a little email to the Women's Police Association. And legend has it, this email made its way all the way up to an incredible woman called Judith Gillespie. And she probably won't remember this because, you know, day and daily you were doing things that, obviously really important things, day and daily. And I'm probably exaggerating the words slightly, but legend has it, she picked up the phone and she said, "Give Lindsay McLaren back her job immediately before she sues us." And I am eternally grateful for that, because it really did set a precedent then amongst the male colleagues that I worked with. And indeed the whole service. And I'm not sure if you realise how much you did contribute to women in the police, so thank you very much.
Well, we wipe away the tears, because that's an emotional thing. That's really nice, Lindsay, and I look forward to talking with you later on. In regard to change and significant change in the police, which was a male-dominated and predominantly still male-dominated, how difficult a push was that to get women to the forefront, to be inclusive?
I'm glad that was a long question, Donna, because I had to pull myself together. Thank you so much for sharing that story. Yeah, it was very, very difficult, but I do think sometimes we forget how powerful the little things that we do as leaders can be. So, for example, when I became a chief officer, an assistant chief constable, I had a word with my PA, my personal assistant, and I said to her, there are things like school prize givings, sports days, school plays, Christmas nativity plays, whatever, parents' evenings, and those are not negotiable. Those go into my diary, and come hell or high water, unless there is something that involves somebody dying, I am going to those events. Secondly, I am taking all of my annual leave provision. I'm not carrying a whole lot of leave over every year, and I'm not carrying a whole lot of time off owed to me. I am taking my time off, and I made sure at the end of each year that I took my annual leave. Now, those may seem like very, very small things, but trust me, in the police service, those were huge things, because there's such a long hours culture and such an expectation that you will be available all day, every day, 24/7, whatever happens. So by doing those things, then you send a message to your team and to your staff that it's okay for them to do those things too. And in fact, I actively encouraged them to do that. You know, your daughter's in the school play, what are you doing at work? Go home, go and watch that, you know, because you don't get those events back. They don't come back. When they're gone, they're gone. And you will always beat yourself up about not being there when those things. So we are very powerful people. We are all very powerful people, not just those of us in leadership positions, because leadership is a choice, not a position. And the choices that you make every day have huge ramifications and ripple effects for everyone around you. But thank you again, Lindsay, and I look forward to talking to you over lunch.
I think it's as well, we've mentioned the word before, fairness. I know as someone who doesn't have any children that it needs to be the balance. It needs to be the parents who have children who can go to the school plays, but it also means the women and the men who do not have children are not unfairly disadvantaged, which can be a tendency in some professions. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody from the floor? Any more questions? Oh, there we go. At this table here, wait until we get the microphone to you, if you wouldn't mind, and we'll hear what you have to say. Go ahead there.
Thanks. My name's Siobhan and I work for the Women's Support Network, and along with Carers NI, last week we published research on women, unpaid care and employment, and it showed that 1 in 3 women had to leave work because of caring responsibilities. 1 in 4 had reduced their hours, and 1 in 6 had taken on a less well-qualified job or reduced or turned down a promotion to provide care. And I know Grania had mentioned both childcare and unpaid care when you spoke. I just wondered if, you know, it has such an impact on women's careers and their finances and their health and well-being. If you would maybe just share what you think more could be done in workplaces to support unpaid care.
Grania, you want to take that on there?
Thank you, and thank you for talking about it. And I suppose I talked about it deliberately. And the reason I talked about it deliberately was years ago when I worked in the ISPCC, which is the National Child Protection Organisation, and a wonderful organisation in the Republic. One of my colleagues came to the door one day in Cork and said to me, I was pregnant at the time, and she said, congratulations, etc. And that was lovely. And then she said, you know, it gives us all permission. And I was floored. And she said, no, if you can do it, we can all do it. And I was not expecting that at all, because it was just trundling through the year and business plans and budgets. And so I made a conscious decision after that, not immediately, but once I realised the importance of people in leadership position talking about certain things, that actually when you say it, it gives other people the space and the permission to also say it. And so I'm deliberately now talking about the fact that my dad has dementia. I'm sure he wouldn't be too thrilled that I'm saying it at massive conferences, but actually he wouldn't mind. Because that's what it is. That just happens to be my life. Everybody else in this room will have other things going on. No better, no worse. It's just life. And so if I can talk about that you can run an organisation with 3,300 staff and 84,000 homes, and all the responsibility comes with it, and on a good day you're 30 seconds ahead, believe me, some days not even that. But I can do it because I have a fabulous team, I have an extremely supportive board, I have a wonderful husband, I have brilliant friends. I'm extremely fortunate. Not everybody is. So I'll give you my example. I spoke to our Director of Corporate Services recently and I said, look, Dad's going into care in early January. How am I going to do this? Shall I take unpaid leave? And he said, talk to the chair. And I spoke to the chair, Nicole Lappin, and I said it to her and she said, Gráinne, take the time you need. Take the time you need. You'll figure it out. And so that's how I figured it out. I am in an extremely fortunate position to be able to do that. Not everybody is. So we need to have a debate around what is care, how do we manage it? Because if I don't do that, what do? Do I step away from a job I've always wanted? Do other women around me say, well, then she can't do it, I can't do it? And then it has a knock-on effect. So it's not perfect, it's not ideal, but people in decision-making positions, I now have a responsibility to put that in front of other people and say, if it's tough for me, what is it like for everybody else? So I take that responsibility seriously, and we can't stop the conversation. We have to keep going.
You mentioned earlier, Tina, that in Finland it's all so equal. You know, that's the way it is. Do we need to legislate more, or does it just need to be implemented, that equality?
Well, I think it's interesting because when you look at the statistics, we know that less than 10% of women are CEOs in the FTSE 350 companies. When you look at the commercial jobs in FTSE 350, women take up less than 20%. When you compare Northern Ireland to the UK stats of women in business, we do really badly. So there's a question of what's different here. Is it there's less opportunity, or is our culture such that we're still in a place where, and maybe it's a post-conflict culture, I don't know, but we're still in a place where we think that women must hold the caring responsibilities, be that parents, children, and do all the other things at home as well. So I actually think that you can do all the legislation in the world, but until we start to change what people think at home, and what we tell our kids, and what our kids see us do, by the way, as well, and think that it's okay that their dad is the one that's doing the laundry, and that it's okay that mum and dad are working together through this, or mum's on her own, but it's okay that, you know, she's getting extra help or whatever. But I think there's definitely something in this society, when you look at the statistics, that we're worse nearly on all the statistics. So if you look at women-owned businesses here in Northern Ireland, it's 14% of them, or sorry, all businesses in Northern Ireland, 14% only are led by women. That's not because women aren't as good at business, it's because women are doing everything, mostly, usually, are doing everything else. So there's a value on that. The good news is, I think, our kids, like I know most of our mums are probably housewives if you look at the statistics. My mum certainly was, bringing up her kids, and she pushed us kids to do more. We'll push our kids to do more. So culturally that will come. It needs to come faster, and the boys need to know that it's okay for the boys to share the load. But I think also factually in business, there are 50,000 vacancies in Northern Ireland today. We know that we've got a problem with economic inactivity. I've been lobbying on childcare outside of my job for years now. You probably read some of the articles. Actually, we know that we will not fill those jobs unless we accommodate flexibly people that have caring responsibilities, be they male or female. There's a huge talent pool of women that want to be back in their careers. Women in Business, Lorraine's here from Women in Business. They've started an agency for women that want to get back in specifically, and we're supporting them in that. So I think us teaching our kids, but at the same time, because you can legislate all you want, but people find ways around legislation. There's loopholes and everything, but unless we change it, then it won't change.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was speaking to Mal from Queen's University, who's studying loyalist women on murals, and the stereotypical view of a woman is not necessarily the one that we see women in this room today. So as you're quite right, it's about education, it's about changing that narrative and that cultural narrative. Any other from the floor? Just this at the front, and then the woman with the aubergine. One at the front here, thank you. And then the woman with the aubergine coloured top behind.
Thank you.
Put your hand up for the microphone behind and he'll bring it to you, thanks.
Hi, my name's Gina McMullen. I'm from Action for Children, and just want to thank you for all of your contributions. But my question, I've got two questions really, is around in terms of where you'll find a lot of the women in the workforce. It is in the third sector and voluntary community sector, and I would like to ask, you know, we've seen it acknowledged today how much of a contribution they're making to services and statutory services. What can you do in your roles to ensure proper investment so that there's adequate wages, so there's adequate even recognition of the caring role in investment in early years and all the different things in children and young people's lives? And then my second question really is a little bit related to that in terms of child criminal exploitation. Our organisation across the UK is preparing to release the J Review and looking at that issue specifically. And I suppose, again, I'm interested in point, we talk a lot about partnership between public bodies and, again, voluntary community, whether it's women's groups, whether it's children's and safeguarding, all those issues. The links in Northern Ireland were really falling behind. Again, what do you think we can do to improve the relationships and partnership working and invest really in all the women and amazing people in the voluntary community sector delivering statutory services?
Kat, do you want to take about childcare in an employment situation?
Yeah, so I mean the childcare one's one
Just
that...
lift your microphone up if you wouldn't mind it
okay?
closer. Yeah, hopefully it's on. Let's see. Yeah. One, yeah, just as close as you can to your microphone.
Never knowingly quiet, so this is... yeah, the childcare one for me personally has probably been one of the biggest things we've been advocating for throughout the last 12, 18 months. And in particular, we've, as I said earlier, been doing a lot of work with Aoife Hamilton, bringing Aoife and through my role in the chamber alongside Stuart Anderson. We have convened over 45 different private businesses and third sector from all over Northern Ireland to really try to get to the root of what could we do to start making a change here in the absence of a childcare strategy. So we actually got a lot of work done with Joe Kennedy III and his role as Special Envoy. Joe has been phenomenal. If anybody hasn't seen or heard of Joe Kennedy, I strongly recommend it. But he's been phenomenal for us. That we are now trying to get a pilot underway in Northern Ireland in September time of this year. And if I give you the basic premise, we've brought in also Belfast Met College and the universities to support us on this. And in simple terms, what we're looking to do is provide a childcare provision, because actually childcare is not a recognised profession in Northern Ireland either. So we're not actually bringing through the students of the future into childcare, and actually we're failing with our careers advice really significantly at 14 to 18-year-olds, because if people are lower achievers, they're being encouraged to do childcare. It's being perceived as babysitting. That is not adequate care for our 0 to 5s. We are the lowest performing region in the UK in regard to the provision that we're given to our early years. And we're also at that stage, we're coming to nearly being at one of the globally worst. That is just a statistic we cannot have in Northern Ireland. We have kidded ourselves for many, many years. We're all about health and we're all about education. We're failing our education out of the gates. And if you look at that there alongside our economically inactive, as Tina was referring to, 48% of 16 to 24-year-olds in Northern Ireland are economically inactive. How can that be? How can people at 16 years of age believe that they have a better opportunity by never working or never going into a career or following any education? So what we're hoping to do with this initial pilot is that we will be helping to professionalise childcare on the bottom level, taking that up to level 5 of NVQ through the Assured Skills programme. We will look as well to really start to bring more students through so that they're getting on-the-job training within that. And then if you sort of go to a second floor, I'm just going to make this a bit like layers of a cake. On the second floor is what we're looking at, a lot of the work that women in business and others have been doing. How do we get people's confidence to come back into the workplace? And how do we upskill a number of women with the current skills that are highly in demand across Northern Ireland? So we're seeing a huge amount with fintech engineering, the role that AI is going to play in all of our lives. It's going so fast I couldn't even tell you. But how do we get people upskilled? And then on the third tier, how do we start to then bring in much more provision around actually their children coming with them on those days where they're getting this training and them getting the childcare provision for that. So it sounds quite simple. There's quite a lot of layers within that and it's quite a complex. But that's one step we're moving, and that's the employers and the third sector coming together to try and make some of those changes around that there with the childcare provision.
but there's a lot to do, and I am a little bit of a broken record, which I won't apologise for, because it just shocks me, the stats that we're sitting with at the moment.
And again, your specific question on safeguarding, remind us. Sorry, go ahead.
Just in terms of what the partnership that's talked about, it's a lot of lip service in terms of actually, the voluntary communities role, how that's actually going to happen.
Judith will take that, thank you.
Yeah, so I am very conscious I'm out of policing for 10 years, so, but I'm commenting from my own experience working in child protection. And it is very, very frustrating when there isn't an executive to set long-term budgets and to be able to plan strategically. But whenever you can plan more strategically, as I hope we can now with an executive back in place, which is wonderful, that those relationships of trust can be built over time. And so it's not just looking at year-on-year budgets and a year budget. I'm sure in the NGO sector it must be incredibly frustrating just to have such short-term budgets. But if your budgets are set longer term, it allows you to plan strategically, it allows you to build up relationships. And Northern Ireland is big enough to have some strategic capacity, but small enough that people will get to know each other. It's the same people you're bumping into all the time. And I certainly remember as a police officer working in child protection, I was meeting the same people in the NGOs, the same people in social services, the same people in NSPCC. And you get to know them not just as professionals, but also as people. And that helps to build that longer term relationship of trust. I think it boils down to personalities and people relationships, but the facilitator is the longer term strategic planning and the longer term financial budgets. That's a very high level answer, I know, but it really does boil down to the people and the will of good people getting around the table.
If you don't mind, I'm not going to take your question because we're running way over time. Apologies for that. Before we go for lunch, while our panel is still here, let's have a look at our video about women and work. And I want you to listen to Gemma Ferris. And Gemma is the Human Resources Manager at Allen & Overy, and she tells us what her organisation is doing to promote equality for women in the workplace. Have a listen.
So at Allen & Overy, we aim to create an environment where our females feel that they can belong and where they can excel. We support them through a range of policies, helping to reduce the stigma around issues that affect them. Recently, we introduced our policies around the menopause, around fertility treatment, and also around domestic abuse. And the value in those policies is really not so much about the leave that it gives women or the financial support, but actually in opening up the conversation and reducing the stigma around the issues that affect them. We also aim to have opportunities where our women can excel. We're really deliberate about promoting women into senior positions, and we have global targets around that. We've recently joined Women in Business Network in Belfast, aiming to give our women more opportunities around their growth and their personal development.
Okay, our thanks to Gemma for that. Our lunch is going to be served at the tables, except if you have special dietary requirements, your sandwiches will be over there. Our thanks again, please, ladies and gentlemen, to our speakers, Judith Gillespie, Gráinne Long, Kat McCusker and Tina McKenzie. And we're going to take a half an hour and we will resume a little bit later than scheduled, but 1:15, 1:15. Thank you. We are now delighted to reveal some new research which was commissioned by the Equality Commission, and for this I'd like to invite three panellists to the stage now, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats. That's Roisin Mallon, Dr. Catherine Wright and Professor Ruth McAreevy, and they'll come up and join me here on the stage. This research is entitled The Impact of Brexit on Women in Northern Ireland. And our three speakers will take you through why it was commissioned and the findings. I'll first introduce you to Roisin Mallon. Roisin is Director of the Dedicated Mechanism Unit at the Equality Commission. She will explain how this research came about as part of the Brexit Northern Ireland Protocol and Windsor Framework. Roisin, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted that we're launching this research at today's conference. It's independent research and it was commissioned by the Equality Commission. And I want to begin by thanking Catherine and Ruth and also Rebecca Donaldson from the Newcastle University for their excellent research report. So this is very unique research. It's the first research of its kind.
And what it does is that it presents a high-level preliminary analysis of the impact of Brexit on women and girls in Northern Ireland. And that includes actual and perceived impact. And we commissioned this report further to our role with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission as the dedicated mechanism. Some of you here will know that after Brexit, a dedicated mechanism was set up by the UK government. And before I turn to the report, I just want to briefly set the scene in terms of some of the legal context for this report. So, as many of you here will know, in Article 2 of the Windsor Framework, which previously was known as the Protocol, the UK government made an important commitment to uphold certain equality and human rights in Northern Ireland and to uphold those and not diminish them as a result of Brexit. And there's really two parts to this commitment. They also committed to keep pace with any changes that the EU might make to 6 equality directives that were in Annex 1 of the Windsor Framework. So that included a number of gender directives, directives which prior to Brexit had really helped to strengthen rights for women here against discrimination and harassment, both inside and outside the workplace. And over the last 3 years, the Commission, with the Human Rights Commission, have been working to uphold, to hold the UK government to account in relation to that commitment. And we've also been working in partnership with the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission in terms of matters that relate to the all-island dimension of that Windsor Framework Article 2 commitment. So I think it's important just to briefly reflect on why the UK government made that commitment, including in the context of women's rights here. And indeed, it was made in recognition of the fact that equality and human rights were really at the core of the Good Friday Agreement. They were really central to it, and that included gender rights. So if you take, for example, the Good Friday Agreement affirmed the right to equal opportunity in all social and economic activity, regardless of gender and other equality grounds. And it also affirmed, in terms of women, the right to full and equal political participation. And it was these and other equality and human rights that underpinned the peace process here. And at a time of major constitutional change, when, of course, the UK left the EU, there was a recognition that these rights were important at that time. And that has actually proved to be very true and still remains the case. Indeed, we know that there's a very high level of public support here for that commitment by the UK government, as well as the work of the Commission's the dedicated mechanism. We carried out a public awareness survey last year, and we found that a substantial proportion of response to that survey felt that that commitment in the Windsor Framework was important to them. And the scope and the outworkings, and indeed the significance of this commitment by the UK government not to reduce certain equality and human rights post-Brexit became very evident last week. And you may have seen it highlighted in the media, where we had the High Court decision in Belfast in the legacy cases. And those were cases in which both the Equality Commission and the Human Rights Commission intervened. And what we found in that case for the very first time is that the court held that the UK government had breached its commitment under Windsor Framework Article 2. And significantly, as regards certain provisions in the Legacy Act, it said that those provisions that were in breach were disapplied and had no force. So I think what is very clear from that judgment is that a breach of Windsor Framework Article 2 can have very serious ramifications, not just for our Assembly here when they're passing laws, but also for the UK government. So I want to turn now to the research report, and you'll hear shortly from Catherine and Ruth. And indeed, they reflect what many women who they spoke to perceived that Brexit had already impacted on their day-to-day lives. And I think what's significant about this research is that for the very first time, this research has captured the voices of a range of women here who felt that Brexit had impacted negatively on their lives. And it's their contribution that has made this research so unique, but also so valuable.
So critically, this research provides a very robust evidence base in terms of holding the UK government to account, including in terms of its international human rights obligations relating to women. And we know, for example, that the UN committee that monitors the UK's government's compliance with its obligations in its last report on the UK in 2019 had already identified areas of concern that the UK government needed to address post-Brexit. For example, it called on the UK government to ensure that the rights of women here were not reduced post-Brexit and that UK laws keep pace with progress on women's rights in the EU. And it also called on the UK government to ensure that the loss of EU funding did not lead to gaps in support and services for women and girls, including securing alternative sources of funding. And what you'll hear shortly is that these are all key matters that are covered by this research report. And indeed, they're also key matters that the Equality Commission has been raising. And many of you here will know that the recent loss of EU funding for many organisations in Northern Ireland, including for a number of women's groups, and which provided vital support services to some of the most vulnerable people in our society, was a devastating blow. And this is such an important issue for equality groups here that the Commission is now commissioning further research to look at this in terms of how the loss of EU funding has impacted on different groups, including women, and in the context of the rollout of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. So another matter that the Commission has been raising, together with the two other commissions, is about the risk of increasing divergence of equality and human rights on the island of Ireland. And we have been calling on the UK government and the executive to keep pace with EU laws that would strengthen rights for women here and other equality groups, even if they don't have to do so under the Windsor Framework. And I want to just very briefly talk about the Pay Transparency Directive, because I think that's a real case in point here. This is a directive which strengthens rights relating to equal pay between women and men through gender pay reporting and strengthened enforcement mechanisms. And it was passed by the EU in June 2023. Now, what this means is that Ireland and other member states must give effect to this directive by June 2026. And if Northern Ireland had remained in the EU, those rights through that directive would have come into Northern Ireland. So if this directive is not given effect in Northern Ireland, then rights relating to equal pay will fall behind those in the Republic of Ireland. And indeed, we already know that rights here have fallen behind those in Great Britain, where there's already gender pay reporting mechanisms in place. And the views of the Commission with the Human Rights Commission is that the UK government and the executive must keep pace with the vast majority of provisions in that Pay Transparency Directive further to their obligations in the Windsor Framework. So it's to strengthen rights here and to protect against pay discrimination. So I want to finish by saying, in conclusion, that this is a really important and a significant piece of research. And in due course, it will help shape the Commission's own recommendations in this area. And what we hope to do is we want to engage with women, we want to hear from women directly, we want to hear from representative organisations in relation to our own draft recommendations so that they can inform our work in this area. And once we finalise our views, then of course we'll be pressing for change, including with the executive and the government. And what is vital is that the findings of this research and the views of the Commission and of women impacted by Brexit, as well as other equality and human rights stakeholders, are not only listened to, but are actually acted on, so that there is tangible outcomes that make a difference to people's lives here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roisin. So let me introduce to you Dr. Catherine Wright and Professor Ruth McAreevy. Catherine is a senior lecturer in international politics at Newcastle University. Her research concerns the implementation of the UN Women, Peace and Security Agenda at local, national and international level. And Ruth is Professor of Sociology at Newcastle University. Her research focuses on social inequalities, especially in a rural context, international migration and research ethics. Really looking forward to hearing what the findings are. Please welcome Dr. Catherine Wright and Professor Ruth McAreevy.
Thank you, Donna. So, this research that Ruth and I and also Rebecca Donaldson carried out took place, was quite a busy period of time. So what did we do? And I think it's important to note as kind of social scientists, actually the limitations of the research. This is a high-level preliminary analysis of the socio-economic impact of Brexit on women in Northern Ireland, actual, perceived and potential. And we undertook this research from November 2022 to August 2023. And I think Ruth and Rebecca will agree it was a pretty intense period of our working lives. So it provides some really important insights, but there's certainly more research to be done here. The research would not have been possible without the support of our steering group, so we want to thank the Women's Resource Development Agency, Women's Platform, and the Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network. It also wouldn't have been possible without the women who participated in the focus groups that we conducted, and we're also thankful to those from the third sector who gave their time to participate in our expert seminar, all to be interviewed so we could find out a little bit more about how Brexit was impacting the women that they represent. The other caveat here is that Brexit overlaps with a number of other crises, so including but not limited to the COVID-19 pandemic, the cost of living crisis, the war in Ukraine, and the political stalemate that we've seen in Northern Ireland, which has just ended. It's at times then difficult to distinguish what is attributable to Brexit and what is not. That being said, the report makes recommendations for the UK government, the Northern Ireland Assembly and Executive, and others. So our focus groups pointed to perceptions amongst women that Brexit was a highly gendered project from the outset, both in terms of who was allowed to speak on Brexit and also whose concerns were centred in bringing about Brexit. This reflects wider research on gender and Brexit, which in particular notes how the language used in the Brexit campaigns was masculinized, drawn from business, so examples including kind of talk of deal making, the use of military metaphors, for example, kind of equating Brexit to the Battle of Trafalgar. And such kind of framings contribute to understanding how men's concerns, and I put that in inverted commas here, and masculinized politics regarding security, the market, and kind of strength came to be prioritized. They came to be how we understood Brexit. The focus groups now research, but also kind of the broader setting of Brexit, also acknowledge that kind of women's voices have been silenced on Brexit, and this has particular impacts in Northern Ireland. And this was something that was really felt by many of the women that we spoke to. They perceived that they could not voice opinions on Brexit publicly, and some of these issues have come through in the panels this morning, such as the trolling. And this is very much reflective of wider research on Northern Ireland, notably here by Catherine Turner and Aisling Swain, which identifies how women in public life in Northern Ireland who speak about politics or not experience what they talk about as persistent low levels of gendered intimidation, which falls outside the scope of law and its related security policy, but still has this silencing effect. And this threat of violence and intimidation was something that's also been noted, for example, by the chair of the Northern Ireland Committee, Simon Hoare MP, and he pointed out in early 2023, so when we were in the midst of this research, that the last time that committee had had an all-women panel on Northern Ireland, there was an unacceptable level of social media abuse and threat. Added to this perception of Brexit as a gendered project, there's kind of another aspect here which has particular impacts on women by design. And that was actually the lack of meaningful consultation with the third and also the women's sector in Northern Ireland on what Brexit meant and how it would impact them. And this is by both the UK government, but also the European Union. And where this consultation did take place, it was very limited in form. And there was a perception that it was just a tick box exercise, and that actually the serious issues that were being raised about the impact of Brexit on women in Northern Ireland weren't being taken seriously by the people negotiating Brexit. So we turn to kind of gender perceptions of Brexit. So while there was no overall gender gap in voting in Northern Ireland in the 2016 referendum on the UK's membership of the EU, women, as we know from this room, I'm looking at you all now, are not a homogeneous group. It's worth noting here that younger women were more likely to be pro-Remain, and in the border region, and this is quite significant, only 28% of Leave voters were women. More recently, a gap has emerged between men and women's perceptions of Brexit. So in the report, we highlight some research conducted by Queen's University Belfast for an Economic and Social Research Council-funded project called A Place Between. And we see here that a clear gender gap is beginning to emerge, or has emerged, in relation to perceptions on Brexit, and that research looking at perceptions of the protocol at the time. So, for example, 39% of men compared to 24% of women in Northern Ireland polled in October 2022 either agreed or strongly agreed that Brexit was a good thing for the UK, so double the number of men, almost, while 71% of women and only 53% of men disagreed or strongly disagreed with that statement. This same polling shows us that women tend to be more distrustful of the key driver of Brexit, that being the UK government, than men in regard to the protocol. So this raises an interesting question of where this gender difference in perceptions and trust comes from. So Brexit, as we keep coming back to in the report, is highly technocratic. It's complex, it's moving. No one can really claim to be an expert on Brexit because Brexit is in many ways impossible to understand. So understanding what it means in practice is no easy task. This is further complicated by the lack of clear, accessible information on what Brexit means and a growing sense of distrust that the government implementing it even understands Brexit. Our focus group identified that Brexit, and the Brexit campaign specifically, so back in 2016, became a moment, as one woman put it, that it became acceptable for government officials to lie. Other women identified misinformation, including from government ministers, as contributing to their lack of trust in the politicians who were promising to deliver Brexit. And added to this is the information vacuum which emerged, where despite the best efforts of women to identify reliable sources of information on Brexit and what it means for their everyday lives, particularly close to the border, they kind of struggled to do so, and that had some very real repercussions. Another example of this impact of a lack of trust is something that came out in relation to Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act. So equality issues, I'm sure most of you are familiar, were addressed in Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act, and that creates a statutory obligation on public authorities in carrying out their functions related to Northern Ireland to have due regard to the need to promote equality of opportunity between the 9 equality categories, and that includes men and women. Yet our research identified misunderstandings of Section 75 by government officials in Northern Ireland. And this resulted in concerns being raised that issues that impact women disproportionately as compared to men, and also vice versa, including Brexit, are not being addressed by gender-specific solutions. And this has resulted in, again, perpetuating this perception of a lack of trust in government officials to uphold these equality duties. So this lack of trust was a real kind of recurring theme that came through. So amidst this kind of perceived slippage in attention being given to women's status in Northern Ireland, the growing kind of mistrust of women in Northern Ireland in trusting the government to deliver for their best interests, we hit another obstacle. So Brexit has seen the UK withdraw from providing data to the European Institute for Gender Equality, is one example. And this has been a crucial tool not only for benchmarking the status of women in Northern Ireland, but also as an advocacy tool used by the third and women's sector to hold government to account. There is a danger then that going forward, it will not be possible to comprehend as fully as we previously could how Brexit has impacted women's lives in Northern Ireland. And this is going to do nothing to improve the lack of trust among women concerning Brexit as a project. So one of the recommendations we make in the report is that the UK continues to collect data on a nation-specific basis, which is comparable to this EU data to help mitigate the impact of Brexit here. Over to you, Ruth.
Thanks, Catherine. So I'm going to pick up on some of the themes that Catherine has already introduced and talk about some other topics that we came across when we were doing the research. And I think it's virtually impossible to convey how much fear and uncertainty in equal measure were generated because of the extended Brexit process. Women repeatedly spoke about how the Troubles brought uncertainty around everyday life, such as what tomorrow would bring, what the prospects would be for their family, and they really did not want to return to those days. And as somebody who grew up in the 70s in a border area, I completely understand that fear, and sometimes it can be really hard to pinpoint exactly what that means. And a lot of the women talked about the remoteness of Westminster politicians from that lived reality. And Brexit seemed to unravel a lot of the safety that the Good Friday Agreement had put in place. People talked at length about how technical Brexit was and how that means that it's entirely reliant on interpretation by lawyers and other specialists. And for this reason, complications and challenges will need to be played out in the courts of law, and that's a process that has really only begun, and it's going to continue for some time. We interviewed highly specialised lawyers, highly specialised individuals who talked about how they sometimes struggle to understand the outworkings of Brexit. And Brexit also interconnects with a lot of aspects of everyday life. Women we talked to described how Northern Ireland was not properly considered by Westminster politicians when Brexit was conceived, and at least if it was not a major concern. The way in which the Belfast Good Friday Agreement has enduring implications for protecting the rights of citizens and the responsibilities of government was often overlooked. And Brexit will make the Good Friday Agreement more challenging to implement because of some of the issues that Roisin has talked about around keeping pace and not allowing rights to recede. So it becomes really difficult then to untangle one issue from another. For example, the intersection of migration, Brexit, and women's rights was apparent amongst migrant women experiencing domestic violence. We found evidence that they were often unaware of their rights due to complicated legal circumstances. Some women were told by their partners that they didn't need to apply for their UK migration status because they would sort out Irish citizenship. And as one advocacy worker explained to us, this is more misinformation and illegitimate information within the coercive control kind of sphere of domestic abuse. And we talked about coercive control earlier, and that did come up in our research. Another person explained how it's hard to know what you're losing as a consequence of things that simply aren't happening. Others talked about how their rights in the workplace were potentially going to be eroded because they saw those rights being upheld by the European Union and that the European Union advocated for their rights. The confusion generated by uncertainty about what would happen next is closely linked to the lack of trust in government, and Catherine has already talked about that. So, as Roisin has explained, Article 2 commits to uphold certain rights, such as maternity. And women we spoke to, including those representing a charity with a large membership, talked about the lack of trust in government around this issue, and talking about how they cannot trust Westminster to protect their rights. Nobody knows what's going to happen to workers' rights, to maternity rights, to holiday leave, and a number of other rights. So it was clear from the women we spoke to that Brexit distracted from everyday issues that needed actual action on the ground. And gender equality was not seen as a priority for the UK government. So, for example, the way in which at one point the UK government proposed to disregard its international obligation did not help to build trust. And that happened in the autumn of 22 when it sought through the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill to disapply parts of the protocol. The UK committed through the Brexit process to ensuring that certain equality and human rights in Northern Ireland, which are set out in the Good Friday Agreement, would not be reduced by Brexit. And other commitments, which we won't go into in detail today, include dynamic alignment between the law in Northern Ireland and changes to EU equality law across 6 directives. And the Northern Ireland Act means that the Northern Ireland legislature cannot reduce those rights. But there's a real need for clarity in the relationship between domestic and EU law. And that includes ongoing monitoring, and we make particular recommendations around that. So questions remain around what constitutes a potential breach of upholding equality and human rights laws, such as in relation to health. And this is an unfolding picture. We're really in the early days of Brexit happening. Brexit is certainly not done at this point. And it will be played out in courts of law. But it's already clear that the burden is on small organisations to challenge the state. And we've already heard some discussion about the role of third sector organisation in filling in important gaps in everyday life. And there's an additional burden that we have identified through our research where they're having to challenge some decisions being made by service providers. The law is so complex that some advocacy groups we interviewed described how they attended a specialist clinic in York University to ask for help on specific cases. And we also spoke to legal experts who conveyed the complexity of Brexit, explaining how it would be impossible for any one individual to be right across all of the ramifications. So it is really, really complex and intertwines with so many other factors. And if we think more particularly about ongoing protection of women's rights, one woman explained to us how she thought it's important to view Brexit within the wider agenda. The rollback of rights over the last decade or so, she perceived Brexit as a human right issue. And it's tied up with that sort of fundamental point about women as humans and about being entitled to have basic human rights. Women talked about how Brexit was a gendered project. They voiced concerns over whether their rights would continue to be guaranteed in the future. Some have argued that the loss of EU law underpinning access to healthcare could be argued to be a diminishment in itself. And we also found how some NHS infrastructure workers have been found to not fully understand the rights of frontier workers. And in fact, the NHS infrastructure itself is not really set up to deal with the complexities. And a lack of clarity amongst frontline workers means that if their organisation don't understand what Brexit means, legal confusion can result. So health trusts can charge for healthcare by default without a full appreciation of the nuances of the law. And there's a real need for a better understanding of the implications for healthcare and health provision. And one employee of an advocacy organisation explained to us how their advisors can fight for months to get charges dropped because the health trust does not accept proof of status and entitlement to avail of services. So you can see there where the already stretched third sector organisations are having to go into that sort of space of protecting rights and fighting to get cases heard in an already sort of hard financial climate. And it also has the potential to bring service providers into the advocacy space of health workers, indeed, are trying to support their service users. And this is not a good use of resources in the climate that we're facing at the moment. So moving on then to think a little bit about the economy and resources. And as Roisin has already highlighted, this is a really important issue, especially if we think about EU funds and the investment that provided for third sector organisation and for support to women. But as Catherine has already said, it's really early in this process. We can't, at this moment in time, we can't fully appreciate the outworkings of Brexit. And it's really difficult as well to pinpoint cause and effect because there have been so many other complex issues happening on the global stage. But the ongoing reduction in public expenditure by the UK government has left a large shadow over public service delivery. Welfare support services are much reduced. Over a decade of austerity policies have hollowed out the public service delivery, and this has a disproportionate impact on women. Many income support claimants are women. Lone parents are particularly vulnerable to the intersection of austerity, Brexit, and the cost of living crisis. Women we spoke to in border communities talked about how there were few investment opportunities. There did not seem to be evidence of government taking action there, and they were concerned about families leaving and going to America, England, Australia, because there were very few employment opportunities there. And then if we drill into EU funds, which have already been mentioned, the EU provided a lot of support for women's groups, for third sector organisations, and the loss of EU funds has been challenging for the sector, impacting on the continuation of services for women, including on key gender-related strategies. The break between EU funding and the Shared Prosperity Fund was not helpful. That gap has had a huge impact on third sector organisation, on women's groups, not only in terms of the loss of resources, but also in terms of the loss of continuity and the expertise within the sector. The control of decision-making, moreover, for shared prosperity funds has gone back to Westminster. And there's a real equality issue there because as a result, the way in which the shared prosperity funding allocations will comply with Section 75 duties is not at all clear. The Department of Levelling Up is not obliged to run equality impact assessments in the same way as departments in Northern Ireland would be. So the central allocation is problematic. There could be much less appreciation of the local context and of local priorities. So these are some of our key recommendations, and one thing which could be very powerful would be if UK Government, Northern Ireland Assembly opt to voluntarily align with future EU legislation. This would remove a lot of uncertainty, and it would help to shift expectations about access to rights in favour of women, especially those who are already marginalised within society. Catherine talked about data collection. Collecting data that is comparable to that collected by the EU on women will be crucial if women's rights are to be compared with EU states. This includes Gender Equality Index and Eurostat data. It will show if progress is being made in women's rights or if backsliding has occurred. It will allow for monitoring. And doing this would greatly reduce the need to track non-diminution of rights. The provision of clear, transparent and up-to-date information has not happened during the Brexit process. And Catherine talked about the information vacuum, which creates a space for misinformation, and that is really, really highly problematic. And in some cases, this provided leverage to gatekeepers to advance their own positions. That gap needs to be closed through the provision of a single information point that is updated to capture ongoing developments in relation to Brexit and the rights of women. Ensuring that women have a voice will be important in the future. And the executive, it was very reassuring to hear this morning that the executive is prioritising a violence against women strategy. That is something that we think is really, really important. So finally, what of post-Brexit? We believe it's imperative that government listens to women, and ensuring that emerging structures are inclusive and progressive would be quite a shift from the way in which Brexit has been designed, negotiated and implemented. And we will end with the words of one woman who told us there was a sense that, certainly with women, that things were happening to them and not with them. And it would be really good if we could shift that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you for that research and the findings. So much in that, and I'm sure they are now available for people if they wish to read it in more detail at a later stage. I'm just going to take, if there's a quick question from the floor. If not, I'm going to ask Roisin a question. Right, from an Equality Commission's point of view, what was the one thing that in the findings that you thought stood out in regard to women's rights and how they were viewed in the Brexit scenario? What was shocking for you? What stood out? Is that on? Let me just say.
Yeah, is that okay? Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, there's quite a few significant findings in the research report. I think what was quite revealing was, though in some sense not surprising, was the lack of engagement with women and with the women's sector in terms of both the Brexit negotiations and as Brexit has been rolled out. So I think it was disheartening to find, despite, I have to say, the Equality Commission and others pressing for engagement by the EU and the UK government with women and with the women's sector, that didn't take place. So that was, I would say that was disappointing, but certainly one of the key points in the report. I think I've already mentioned about the loss of EU funding. I think it was shocking the way that ultimately was handled, the cliff edge cut off at the end of March that left many in the sector, including the women's sector, not knowing until the very last moment as to whether or not funding was going to continue and what the nature of that funding would be. So I think this research report just reinforces some of those key concerns by hearing directly from women as in terms of what was important to them.
And as one of our researchers mentioned, there's a time to go. There's still an awful lot of work to be done in this regard, in listening to women, not just the women coming forward, but for those in authority and in power, listening to their concerns.
No, absolutely. And I think, as I said, that's a central message when the Equality Commission met with the EU in October there. It was a central message was you have got to listen to equality and human rights stakeholders in Northern Ireland. You have got to hear directly from them, and you've got to take account of what they've said and act on it, because there just really has been limited engagement. I know there has been a little bit of progress since then in terms of some direct engagement, but I think there just needs a robust formalised mechanism by which women here can feed into EU developments. We've already seen in the Pay Transparency Directive a really key piece of EU law that has come in, and there are further ones in the pipeline, and it's important that women's voices are heard from here in terms of that development. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Our thanks to Roisin Mallon, please, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Catherine Wright and Professor Ruth McAreevy. Thank you for your research and thank you for joining us on the stage here. Next, we move on to our next session in the conference, which is entitled Voices of Women in Northern Ireland. And I would like to invite Elaine, Louise, Yona and Kelly, if you could take your seat on the stage there. As they do so, let me introduce you to our next speaker on video, which is Grace Smith. And Grace studies at the Falls Women's Centre in Belfast. And Grace is going to tell us for the conference the difference that facility has made to her. Grace Smith.
Hiya, I've been studying at the Falls Women's Centre for the past 4 years. This is my 4th and final year within my studies. I have 2 children and one of them actually uses the creche here. Without that being fully funded to me while I study here would be a loss for me because I wouldn't be able to continue my studies. It is within my own community and I am very proud that they offer this to me because there's not many universities or other places that would facilitate this, and without it I wouldn't be able to continue on with my studies.
Good, and our thanks to Grace, and we wish her all well in those studies. Now, Elaine Crory is from the Women's Resource and Development Agency, and her role is to lobby elected representatives and decision makers on issues that affect women. Elaine is a specialist advisor to the Women and Equalities Commission Committee at Westminster. Elaine Crory is going to say a few words. Thanks, Elaine.
Thanks very much. So my job title is Women's Sector Lobbyist. And whenever I say that to somebody who has never met one of the 5 other women sector lobbyists in the past, they don't necessarily know what it means. So I'm going to just explain that briefly now. Like you said, it's about lobbying decision makers, but also it's about lobbying on behalf of the women's sector. And just there in that last presentation, we heard about the impacts on the women's sector of things like the loss of funding after Brexit, and various other challenges that the women's sector in particular faces, and that the third sector, volunteer and community sector, civil society, whatever you want to call it, also faces. One of those being something somebody raised from the floor earlier in the day about things like conditions, pay, short-term contracts, all of those other things. It gives rise to the general impression that those of us who work in that sector are there out of a sort of vocational desire to be there. And that's true to a large degree, but I think we get too complacent as a society about the lower standards that come with, lower standards in terms of pay and rights and workplace conditions that come with that sector. But as well as that, a large part of my job is chairing and convening what we call a Women's Policy Group. The Women's Policy Group is a group of women in policy roles across Northern Ireland. So there's lots of women from the women's sector, but there's also women from trade unions, from human rights organisations, from the LGBT sector, and so on and so on. Lots and lots of women, including all 3 of my fellow panellists, one of whom is also a previous women's sector lobbyist. We meet regularly to work on issues on which we can speak with one voice. And when it comes to lobbying on behalf of the issues that women face in Northern Ireland, that's everything. There is literally no issue which doesn't affect women, pretty much. So one of the downsides of this job means you have to be over all of those issues, which is every issue. No big task. But you also have the advantage in the Women's Policy Group of having the expertise of lots of different people. So I may not know the detail on something that advocates from disability rights organisations will know about how a particular issue impacts women with disabilities particularly prominently, and so on and so forth. For nearly every issue that we face, if you face other marginalised identities as well as being a woman, you will face that issue from an even more disadvantaged point of view. And the Women's Policy Group allows us to gather all those views, to formulate our opinions, and then to lobby collectively. It's a lot easier to shove a door open when it's not just you shoving, but also the entire sector is behind you. Now, in terms of what issues we're lobbying on, there's a lot of things, like I said, literally everything. But I wanted to highlight a couple of key ones, the ones that keep coming up again and again. And I know we used the phrase a key issue to mean a very important issue, but these issues are also key issues in the sense that they act like keys. They unlock other issues and they unlock other things. One of the things lots of contributors today have spoken about is childcare and care in general. The women's sector has been lobbying for a childcare strategy since before I was in my professional working life. That's more than 20 years. We need as an actual strategy that's fit for purpose, etc. It needs investment, yes, but also it needs to see childcare as something that is not just a women's issue, but a society-wide issue. Another one that hasn't been mentioned as much is poverty. So Poverty affects all of our society. We are a disproportionately poor society in comparison with our neighbours across the water and down south, but poverty affects women in particular ways. Women are more likely to live their lives, their adult lives, in poverty. They're more likely to be in poverty as pensioners. They're more likely to be in insecure jobs, on part-time work, and on low pay, 0 hours contracts, etc. affects women far more than men. And every single one of the decisions that was made around what we often call austerity, the various changes to welfare reforms in the last 14 years, have disproportionately impacted on women and their children, particularly when they are lone parents, of which 93% of lone parent families in Northern Ireland are headed by women. So again, this accumulates. If you face disadvantages as being a lone parent, because of the austerity decisions, and you also happen to be a person with a disability or a person who faces other, like maybe they're an ethnic minority person, it just accumulates and accumulates. And we end up with, over the course of life, women having far fewer opportunities than men. And that is contributed to by childcare, because women can't work the same amount of hours as men. They tend to take the time off to look after their children, and then they take more time off to look after their parents. And then all of that feeds into the last major issue that we look at, and that I particularly have strong feelings about, which is violence against women and girls. We heard from the First Minister this morning that this is a top priority for the Executive Office. I believe that to be the case. I know that a lot of work has gone into the draft strategy, but that work needs to be matched by funding and by commitment and political will. Not shying away from parts of the strategy because they seem too brave. Those parts that reach into things like relationships and sexuality education in schools, for example, or those parts that get a little bit, out of people's comfort zone around how we talk about masculinities, for example, and gender stereotypes. Violence against women and girls does not discriminate. It touches almost everyone. But if you are experiencing poverty, or if you are dependent on your partner because you're taking care of a child and they're out at work, it impacts that a little bit harder. It is harder to escape and harder to get away. So none of these issues can be neatly separated from each other. We have to look at them all in the round. They're like a big, complicated Venn diagram. And the more issues you include, the bigger the Venn diagram gets, right? And that's why we have to lobby as a collective. A couple of notes that mention, just before I sit down, how we do this work. We hold sort of human rights as the baseline, as the standard. And this is how, by and large, we reach collective shared opinions on these things. Everybody may have their particular expertise and their particular issues that their organisation is fighting for, but if we have a baseline, then we'll all nearly always coalesce around a similar place. We look at best international practice, what's happening elsewhere, what has worked and what hasn't worked in other countries, and we continually talk about the issues around gender-neutral policymaking. And that is policymaking that acts as though there is no gendered impact to a policy like the two-child cap, which very obviously does have an impact. So we work evidence-based stuff, and we do a lot of our own research as well. So that's a very brief overview of what I do and why I do it, and I'm going to pass on to next panelist.
Thank you, Elaine. I'd love to be the woman who knows everything. You can always bluff if you don't. Louise Coyle is the director of the Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network, which strives to make society more equitable for rural women to be visible, to be influential, and to be valued. Its mission is to advance the participation and the recognition of rural women at all levels of society. So for a few minutes, let's hear from Louise Coyle. Thanks, Louise.
Hi, everybody. I thought I was going to be sitting there for the whole time, so I'm going to just gather myself a wee minute. Look, I work on behalf of rural women, and none of the issues that impact on women don't impact on rural women, But what I always say is that sometimes the solutions don't look the same, and that's what we really need to look at. I've been really encouraged by this event today at how many women who have been up here have self-declared as rural women, because quite often there's literally just me. If I'm in the room, it's usually just me, or if it's one of my colleagues, that's how it is. We're a small organisation, and sometimes it can feel like a kind of lonely space, because you're kind of going, that glider is not going to fix the transport for us, I'm afraid. I had a really interesting journey here today because I had a meeting this morning that I had to speak at in Mahara. So there's no public transport from where I live to there. So I had to drive to there, and then I thought it's going to be really tight to get down through the traffic in Belfast. So I ended up then going to the park and ride and getting a bus to get me here on time. And that's what rural life is like. So even when you're using public transport, you invariably need a car. And our members will tell us that the top two issues for them are the caring and childcare and transport. Because without those, you can't participate in anything else. So you can't, talking about women having their voice heard and their space and their place, you can't get to those spaces and places. If you can't get there because you have a caring responsibility or because you have no transport, well, then your voice is not going to be heard, even if somebody has invited you. So, the difficulty it is in terms of decision-making spaces is that if they're not hearing those voices, they're not hearing what the issues are, they're not hearing and scoping out what the potential solutions are. And also, there's no two ways about it. It actually does cost more money sometimes to deliver in rural. Building a big snazzy childcare centre is not going to be the answer. You're probably going to need more solutions in more places, and per head of population, it's probably not giving you the same, cost per unit that, our decision makers work to. So all of those things kind of complicate things even more if you are a rural woman. In terms of Brexit and post-EU exit, that has been a huge issue from our members from the very beginning. I just happened, coincidentally, to be doing a piece of action research with our members just to update on how they were feeling about things at the time, and it traversed that whole year of pre-referendum, referendum and post-referendum. And it did not matter where politically, how women voted politically. More than 98% actually of our members were really concerned about the impacts of Brexit on them and their communities and their families. And that hasn't changed. The issues they're concerned about have kind of changed over the time since 2018, but actually their concern and their interest in the impact has not changed. And when you talk about EU structural funds, there's absolutely no question that how that was managed, that it's not like-for-like funding in terms of ESF to UK shared prosperity, and we know that because that has been delivered. What has not been delivered is any kind of clarity around EU structural funds of the Rural Development Programme, which actually invests about, at the last iteration was 600 million into rural areas here. And whilst the old programme, a bit like the piece, is kind of trickling out, there is absolutely nothing in place to replace that, not one thing. No clarity, no vision, no anything. Our executive under the last minister did propose a rural framework for Northern Ireland. It's there. It's kind of a high-level vision kind of statement. There's no actions, there's no resourcing, there's no clarity on what that might look like on the ground. And at the moment, it's kind of been sitting on ice like a lot of things have been because we've had no executive. But there's been no clarity at a UK level. So it's not just the lack of our government, it's actually the lack of the UK government actually taking some responsibility that has now transferred to them, and what are they going to do about it? And whilst a lot of it might be involved in farming and farm families and things like that, it does cover rural affairs, it does cover community infrastructure, community investment in women. And to be honest with you, we've discussed a lot about structurally how women have been left behind here. Actually, the European Union didn't leave women behind. It did invest in women. It did see the value of women in leadership. It did see the value of women in rural communities. And to be honest, I think probably we all took it a wee bit for granted, certainly in rural areas. What rural women are kind of concerned about now is part of that EU structural funds includes what's called single farm payments. if you know about this, forgive me, I'm going to explain a tiny bit. But if you have a small farm, there's a recognition that it might not be hugely profitable, but it's really important to our social infrastructure and the way we live our lives rurally in Northern Ireland. And because we had similar countries in the EU, like ourselves, that weren't running massive acres and acres and acres of farms, there was a recognition that we still need that. And so they put some money into supporting farm families through a single farm payment. But what women understood really early, and what I was hearing way back in 2018, was, what about our single farm payment? Because women are the people who are managing the household budgets, and they know that every piece of machinery, every other bit of loan, or securing their home, is built around that money coming in on a regular basis. It's sure, it's certain, they know it's coming. And to be honest with you, they really didn't want to gamble with it. And so they weren't very in favour of Brexit. And those are the very practical reasons why. So I don't want to take everybody else's time, but just, I suppose, we have a Real Needs Act here. Lots of you in policy and decision making will be involved in that. What that does ask us to do is to take account of real need. If any of you are ever worried about how to do that or what does that actually mean in reality, look, email me, give me a call, happy to have a chat. We talk with our members all the time. We're a membership organisation, so we hear all the time what they want and need. So if you're ever worried about how to fill in that lovely form or what you might do to make things differently, the earlier we can hear from you, the better, and we'll help to support you.
Thank you, Louise, flying the flag for women in rural areas. Fiona Monaghan is a project coordinator at the Women's Platform, which works to achieve gender equality for women and girls and make their voices heard. The Women's Platform has a special consultative status with the United Nations and feeds into its work in eliminating all forms of discrimination against women. So let's hear for a few minutes. Fiona Monaghan, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you very much. So, Women's Platform really acts as the link between the women's sector in Northern Ireland and the European and the international level. We're very much a policy-based organisation, so we would work with all the organisations on the panel and many others in the room, really, to bring the voices of women in Northern Ireland to European level and to UN, as we say. We were originally set up, actually, to act as the Northern Ireland coordination to the European Women's Lobby. And the lobby has just recently changed its statutes to include the UK specifically, despite Brexit. And that's something that, from our perspective, is really important because we want to keep those links to our European sisters for wider solidarity issues, but also so that Northern Ireland can keep pace with rights developments elsewhere in Europe. We haven't actually moved out of Europe in that sense. And in Northern Ireland, what we also do is we coordinate sector work on linking in with UN human rights standards, in particular on CEDAW, and that was mentioned earlier. So we would coordinate the civil society response to CEDAW, and it can be noted that since the last examination in 2019, there was a number of recommendations, most importantly that the rights for women in Northern Ireland need to put on an equal footing with rights for women in England, Scotland and Wales, and obviously very little has happened, and that's just one of the impacts of we're having no executive for 2 years. And that's something we do in the sector. We try and build capacity for organizations to use those provisions to advocate for rights, because something that we have raised at the UN level and global level is that gender equality still has very low priority in Northern Ireland on the whole, and that has been discussed at length in different ways today, and Elaine has set out a lot of the issues, so I'll not go into that. The one thing I would say is that all of the international human rights standards understand gender inequalities as a structural issue. It's not just an individual issue. Some women have better opportunities, others don't have. So we need those structures, policies and laws to support that. And that's basically what we advocate for. And I think, the example of Finland was mentioned earlier on issues. And And I am Finnish. There are not many of us, but we are here. And what I would say is that the evidence, Finland's one example, but at UN level, but good practice shows that countries that have achieved better standards understand that structural side of things. And that's basically what we are working for at a local level. So we need to understand what the structural issues are. We need to have a gender lens in all policy making. Gender budgeting is one tool that can be used for that, and there's lots of people in the room with much more expertise than me on all of that. And then gender parity in decision making. And it was really encouraging to hear the First Minister and Deputy First Minister talk about that, because that's one of the things that, for example, is core to UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, which is one area that we work on. Basically, it's about women at all tables, at all times, which is, as we know, not happening at this stage. And as I say, we're a policy-based level organization. I don't get out half as much as I would like to, and I think it's really important to say that grassroots women's voices need to be heard directly at all levels. But just to finish off, we did a few years ago, I actually worked with Kelly on a piece of work on marking the 20th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, marking 20 years. And we asked women, what would Northern Ireland look like if it worked for women? And they talked about all the issues that have already been mentioned, but they all talked about they feel sidelined and not heard. And I think it's interesting and important, and it's reflected in the research on Brexit, because I think in the conversations we had with women, it was very difficult for women to disentangle Brexit from the wider situation that's been here, and the sort of overall sense of insecurity that's actually leading to mistrust. So really, to go forward, what we need is stronger voices for women at all levels. We do need adequate funding for the sector and for services that support women. Very importantly as well, we need to implement the rights that are there and make sure that they don't backslide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jona. Now, Kelly Turtle is Head of Policy and Engagement at Age NI, which is working to make sure that the voices of older people are heard and that their rights are protected as well. Kelly has also worked in human rights education at the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. So please welcome Kelly Turtle.
Thank you. I used to get invited to do panels when I was a wee young feminist in my 20s doing grassroots feminist activism. I used to get asked to be the young woman on the panel, and that doesn't happen anymore, which is great. And now I'm in a role where I'm advocating on behalf of older people. I'm delighted to be able to bring some of the issues that we hear about that are of concern to older women into this space today. It's interesting for me, having been involved in lots of feminist work and having been a women's sector lobbyist. I've worked on so many issues over the years that do tend to focus on women in this sort of at working age and when we're kind of in our reproductive years, whether it's reproductive rights and healthcare or childcare. And that often I think older women's issues can get left off the agenda a little bit. There's plenty of older women in the room, because I love that we have an intergenerational movement, particularly in Reclaim the Agenda. Incredibly intergenerational movement, but we need to really be looking for the issues that impact older women. And it starts with a lack of understanding of ageism, I think, even within our own communities and even within ourselves sometimes. Can we as women really embrace ageing for the wonderful thing that it is? How many times have you maybe said to an older woman, or had it said to you, and when they tell you their age, you say, gosh, you don't look your age, as if that's a compliment. And it just sort of highlights all of those biases and things that we have within ourselves. Ageism and sexism so often go hand in hand when it comes to discrimination, and we've seen that in some high-profile discrimination cases. So we want to start by embracing ageing for the positive thing that it is, because the harm that's caused when we don't do that is invisibility. And we know from research across the UK that older women feel much more invisible than older men. So there is a gendered impact there. We see the legislative impact of that invisibility within our own discrimination law here in Northern Ireland. We still don't have age discrimination that protects people when they're accessing goods, facilities and services. So ageism is definitely not just alive and well culturally, but it is a gap within our own legislative arena. So some of the issues that are of high importance to the older women that we've engaged with recently, particularly through our lived experience survey, where we don't necessarily break the data down by gender, but we know that health is a priority issue for older people in Northern Ireland. And what that means for women is that women have shorter, healthy life expectancy. This is coming from government official data. Men do have longer life expectancy than women, but women spend a greater proportion of our lives in ill health. And so we need to really look at how women have access to health services. There's great enthusiasm and momentum around a women's health strategy for Northern Ireland. There's been similar work taking place in GB in recent years on that, but it must include the needs of older women. And I have to say, it was great to see the MLAs. I think it might have been the very first day they were back up on the Hill. They were meeting to talk about the women's health strategy, and they were putting on their menopause vests. Do you remember that? It was one of the first things they did. Robin Swan experiencing what a hot flush feels like. So, let's carry on in that direction. Let's make sure that older women's needs are central to the development of a women's health strategy. Some recent research by Age UK, our partner organisation, shows there are statistically significant differences in health needs for older women and older men, particularly post-pandemic. So women are reporting much higher incidence of anxiety and depression, of physical pain, feeling that they're just not as independent as they were before the pandemic, feeling that their general health is lower. So far higher percentage of older women reporting that than older men. And older women generally feel they just don't have any faith in the healthcare system. So for women to go their whole lives kind of taking care of everybody else, making sure their children get to the GP whenever they need it, taking on those family caring roles, to get to our later years and find that we just don't have confidence that the health and social care system will be able to meet our needs. That is something that we really need to be fixing. So care has already been mentioned numerous times over the course of today. I was going to highlight the great research that Siobhan mentioned earlier on that's recently been launched around the impact of caring on women. And I just want to note from that research that what it tells us is that it sets patterns early in life that impact us in later life. So the number one risk factor for poverty in retirement is gender. Single women are the group that are most likely to live in poverty in retirement. And when you take into consideration the gendered roles that we've had all throughout our lives, that's how we get to that point. That doesn't just happen by accident. So we need to really deal with the care system that's in place and how care is viewed and valued in society. And just to finish off, I'll mention the issue of sandwich care, because we do talk a lot about childcare in the women's sector, and we don't always talk about the other types of care that women are overrepresented in providing. We know there's this issue of sandwich care where you could be caring for your children and an older or ill or disabled relative at the same time. The age bracket of that sandwich care is growing. The upper age limit is getting higher and higher as people are not just caring for their children and their parents, but they're caring for their grandchildren. And in some cases, we're hearing about people caring for great-grandchildren as well. So unless we fix all the parts of the care system, women will continue to carry the burden of that broken system. So I just want to finish by saying, I echo what's been said on the stage about we need to be tackling these as structural issues completely. That's throughout my whole career as a feminist and as a women's advocate, I've always taken that approach. And the future of the women's movement here and the movement for equality needs to be intersectional. When we look at the gains made, there is going to be a backlash, and we're already seeing that backlash. And the first tactic of the backlash will be divide and conquer. And we cannot let that happen. We all have to stand together. Trans women, black minority, ethnic women, migrant women, we have to be fighting for each other, and we have to have older women as a really important part of that intersectional approach.
Thank you, Kelly. Well, we have speakers here from different echelons of society, different experience and expertise. So we're going to open this to the floor, ladies and gentlemen. We have a couple of roving microphones again. If you would like to ask questions, put your hands up. Just at the back there, we have a couple to start off with. Thank you very much for your question. Is it to one person or a general
question?
question?
It's to everybody, please. Hi, my name is Charmaine Jones and I work for Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network. So I work with all these wonderful ladies every day of my life. So I'm just going to pose a question to all four of them, which is, today we're really reflecting on the progress that's been made to advance equality over the last 25 years, but what changes would you like to see in our society for the next 25 years?
There's a tall order. Your wish list. Elaine, do you want to start off with? Keep it brief.
I'll be as brief as I can. And hello, Charmaine. There's so many, it's really hard to know where to start. So the first thing I would say is just the big thing that would unlock everything else is starting to look at the problems that we face in a society, not as a problem to do with an individual person that they can overcome if they just work hard enough and if they're lucky enough, but a problem to do with how we set things up, the structures of things. It's kind of like what Kelly was saying. Every problem really, it's about structural issues, not anything else. But we need to start framing it that way. I mean, we do it in our work, but we need society as a whole to start seeing it that way. It's not, an individual's fault that they can't get back into education because, after the age of 16 or 17, they've had a baby, they're at home, they're going to be on benefits forever. That's their choice because somebody else did well. That's not it at all. It's the structures of things, that they don't have childcare available, that there's no support there for them, and that things would be different if we put those things in place. So if we could start looking at what are structural problems as structural problems, instead of as she doesn't have enough mettle, she doesn't have enough get up and go, she's just not working hard enough. I think that would unlock everything else. So that's my one.
Kelly, what about you?
Yeah, I would echo the structural thing. I think it maybe goes even further back than that. We actually need a society that recognises that women are not equal, that we do not have gender equality, because quite often that's the basis I have to start a discussion if we're trying to create change on whatever the issue is. You're having to persuade people that actually, you know what, we might have all this lovely legislation, but in reality we live in a very patriarchal society here that is coded for the way men live their lives. I don't think that was designed to exclude women, but it certainly needs shifting to include women and the lives that they live, all that sandwich caring and these are the lives that we live. We need to recognise that those inequalities exist and start from there as a starting point, and then, as Elaine said, absolutely, this less of the finger pointing that, if you were just womaning a bit better, you wouldn't have these problems.
And Louise, is there a particular problem in rural areas from your experience and the experience of your members? That patriarchal society that you talked about?
Yeah, I uphold women's choice to live their lives the way they want to live them. And quite often women will choose a caring role. That's what they want to be doing. They'd like to be resourced and recognised and visible and valued for all of that, but that might still be their choice. But quite often in rural areas it's not a choice. It is very much culturally embedded in rural areas that it will be the women in the family who will provide the caring. It will be them. It'll be the eldest daughter who will have to go part-time because their mommy or daddy needs looked after. That quite often isn't even a discussion. That's how embedded it is. It is absolutely just an assumption and also a deeply embedded assumption even in women to not question it. So we have a ways to go.
Yona, what's on your wish list as we look forward?
Yeah, I think it has already been said in this panel and earlier what changes are needed. I would just add that a lot of the basic provisions already exist there in international human rights standards. If they could be incorporated meaningfully in our local policies. And just to add, Kelly talked about intersectionality. I think one thing we need to also understand that is as part of the structures that we need to put in place, it's not the same level. So it's not one size fits all. So migrant women, for example, may need additional support or different support than other people. And it's not about
it's not about giving anybody an extra leg up. It's just making sure that the stool everybody stands on eventually is the same.
So Kelly, if we're standing in 2049 and we're looking back, what would you like to have seen to be achieved in that time?
I think we would absolutely need to have been focusing on our rapidly ageing society, because not even by 2049, by 2028, there's going to be more people over 65 in Northern Ireland than there are under 15. So, and we're ageing at a rate that's quicker than the rest of the UK. So a lot of these problems we've identified today with care and with the care system and the role that then women have to take on is because we haven't as a society prepared for an ageing society, and reform of adult social care has just been left on the back burner for so many years. Those are the things that if we can fix those, we'll be looking at a much different sort of future, and it's the key that Elaine said that will unlock so many of the gender equality issues.
Anyone else? Question? I have a person right at the back. Yes, go ahead. Wait until you get the microphone if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Hiya. It's sort of a general question.
Just put your mic really close to you if you don't mind. Thank
Sorry.
you. That's great.
It's a general question for the panel, and it's in regards to sex-based language and the material reality of biological sex when we talk about inequality for women. I don't know if anyone's familiar with a court case that's coming up in Employment Tribunal of a woman who spoke about the importance of biological sex in a rape crisis centre as being relevant to women who receive care there. And she was de facto suspended by her employer. And what I want to ask is there any scope for Section 75, for example, for women with beliefs in biological reality, in being female? Is there any scope for our legislation to incorporate those beliefs given cases like Maya Forstater, for example, in the UK?
Okay, I'll ask Elaine maybe to take that.
Yeah, I wouldn't dream of speaking about an ongoing case anywhere.
Yeah, no.
But what I would say is we don't have a rape crisis centre in Northern Ireland. We have a rape crisis service. It isn't a physical building that people can just walk into off the street, and I think it's really important people know that and understand that. There's a phone line, and that phone line is answered on certain days of the week during certain hours.
Which
and
was threatened with a cut in its budget there.
Absolutely, and then they set up individual one-on-one kind of counselling for those people who've called in. But there isn't a chance that you could walk into a room and meet somebody you don't expect to meet. We don't have that here. And I want to emphasise this, and I think the rest of the question I'll leave. But the particular issue of, we don't have the same provision as other places on this island do, and as the island across the water when it comes to these kind of things. If a person has experienced sexual violence and needs a physical examination, they are sent to the Rowan, which is attached to the Antrim Area Hospital, leaving aside that it's not super accessible for people down the southwest, for example. Speaking of being rural and from the middle of nowhere, if you're from rural Fermanagh and you're in an abusive relationship and you need to get to a rape crisis centre and it's in the Antrim Area Hospital, how are you going to do that without being noticed? You're not. But we don't have the same kind of services as elsewhere. And I would really like if we could start with that. And I would really like if we had a focus more on providing the needs that women have. And by women, I mean all women. And I include transgender women. I include all of the other minoritized women. And just women in general. There is so much need. There's so much we have to do. And I think that should come first.
Okay, our ladies and gentlemen, please thank our speakers on our panel today, Elaine Crowry, Louise Coyle, Fiona Monaghan and Kelly Turtle. Thank you very much for your input. And thank you. And we're going to move on to the next part of our conference now. And it's called Women in Politics. The first woman was elected to Parliament in Westminster in 1918, Constance Markievicz. But since then, that was 1918, remember, the number of women politicians, that has not matched the percentage of women in our population, particularly in Northern Ireland, in the Assembly and in the councils. So for this part, we're going to focus on women in politics. And before we hear from our panel, as I'd like actually our panel, if they could make their way to the seats, Let's hear from Brona Hines. You'll all know Brona, but if you don't, let me introduce her as a women's rights advocate, former Deputy Chief Commissioner for the Equality Commission, and Brona, a member of the Women's Coalition and a negotiator of the Good Friday Agreement. Let's hear from Brona Hines, who unfortunately can't be with us in person here at the conference, but she has sent this message on video.
We have seen a significant change in women in politics in Northern Ireland over the last 25 years. From around 10% in the First Assembly to 37% today. But we still lag well behind Scotland and Wales, and despite great initiatives like women in local councils, women are still just 26% of councillors. Our political parties need to monitor and address the choke points that are preventing greater equality and diversity in their representation. The increase of women's representation in public appointments to over 40% is good to see, but the predominance of women in certain appointments, such as health and education, and not in other areas, reveals that we still have stubborn challenges to address to increase diversity across public appointments and to increase the number of women as chairs of public bodies. Put simply, women are more than 50% of our society. It is important that women are seen to be represented and feel that they are represented. Their participation in political and public life adds a broader range of perspectives, and this enhances the ability to address the concerns of a wider range of stakeholders. And if we can crack the nut of ensuring that women are fully and equally represented at 50% across all institutions, public bodies, and in society, we can surely take lessons from that to increase diversity across all of our other areas in society.
There you go. Our thanks to Brona Hines for sending us that message. First, let's hear from our panel, and Dr. Keva Archibald is the Minister for Finance at the Assembly. She was first elected as an MLA for Sinn Féin in 2016 and re-elected in 2017 and 22. Please welcome the Minister, Keva Archibald. Do you want to say a few words first, Keva? Oh, well, if you want to sit there. Is it on?
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and it's a real pleasure to be here. So I was asked just to say a few words of background about myself.
Just as an introduction, and then we'll quiz you later.
So I've been elected to the Assembly since 2016, and then was re-elected in 2017 and 2022. Before I got into politics, I was a research scientist. I worked in horticulture and plant pathology and research for about 10 years.
Go ahead, keep going.
And
there you go.
And I suppose people often ask me about how that pathway happened. Well, I've always had an interest in politics, and I suppose from my family perspective, there would have always been politics discussed and on the news, and it was always from a perspective of equality and social justice rather from a party politics element in respect of that. But my dad was a councillor elected in 2011 in Coleraine Borough Council, and I kind of worked alongside him in terms of supporting his constituency work. And you see so much of what people experience in their everyday lives. And that really opened my eyes, I suppose, in some respects to what people are dealing with. And just as things progressed in 2015, I was asked to consider running for the Westminster election. At the time, I was research contract was beginning to come to an end. I had the opportunity of another one coming up, but I considered my options at the time, and I thought that's something that you don't get asked to do very often. It's not an opportunity that comes along more than once for most people, I'm sure. And I decided at that point to throw my lot in and run for election. I didn't get elected in 2016, but I used it then to gain some experience and ran again in the Assembly election in 2016, and I was successfully elected. I think the reason I chose to at that point get into politics in an elected sense was, you have an opportunity to make a difference to people's lives, and that was something that really motivated me. During my time in the Assembly, I have worked on the ERA Committee, the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee. I chaired it in the period between 2016 and 2017. And then in the last Assembly term, I chaired the Economy Committee. There were roles that I really embraced and enjoyed. And you do have, I think, particularly in the last mandate when we were working our way through COVID, there was an awful lot of interaction with people who were going through really, really difficult times and really difficult circumstances. I think as an Assembly, we came together at that time and did our best to make a difference to people and to try and help people and support people through what was a really, really challenging time. So this Assembly mandate just a month ago passed there. On Saturday, I was appointed as Minister for Finance, which is a role that I am so far really enjoying. It's a very, very challenging role, and I'm sure most people know the difficulties facing us from a financial and budgetary perspective. And I'm really looking forward to the challenge over the months ahead as I'm working with everybody else in the Executive and in the Assembly to try and do our best for people.
Okay, thank you, Kiva. I'm going to introduce you next, sitting beside Kate Nicholl. Kate was the 79th Lord Mayor of Belfast before she was elected to the Assembly, and she is the Alliance Party's spokesperson for early years and childcare and the chair of the all-party group on ethnic minorities. How did you get into politics, Kate?
Working for Anna Lohr. I grew up in Zimbabwe and I moved here when I was 12 and always felt like an outsider and couldn't wait to leave. So when I finished school, I went to university in London. And every time I came back to visit my mum, I just felt this sense of relief. And I realized that this was where I was meant to live. So I didn't know what I was going to do. I had applied for a law conversion because my undergrad had been in anthropology, which is really interesting, but not at all vocational. And I was working in a restaurant. And Anna was just... She was just class. She was the first person I ever voted for. She was kind of pro-choice. She talked about environmental issues. She talked about minority ethnic community rights, and she wore a leather jacket. And like I just thought she was so cool. So I wrote to her and asked if I could do some work experience. And then I just kept going into her office as a volunteer. I started working in the restaurant at night time, going into the constituency office every single day, and then eventually a job opened up, and I think she knew she just had to give it to me. So I started working for her as a researcher, and then she retired, and actually shamefully the only minority ethnic MLA ever to be elected to the Assembly, and poor Lillian has to carry all the work that people like Anna had done before, and we really need to deal with representation because it's shameful that we're a completely white Assembly, and shameful that I'm the chair of the all-party group on minority ethnic communities, a white African. You don't get more privilege than that. So we're trying to address that. I then worked in marketing for a while, became a councillor in Belfast City Council, had the chance to be Lord Mayor of Belfast, which I took, and I loved it. And then, heavily pregnant, I ran for the Assembly, not thinking I was getting elected, thought I was going to get a year maternity leave. I got no maternity leave, and I got elected, but was delighted. And I've been an MLA for the past 2 years, but only a real one for the past month, so delighted to get stuck in.
Thank you, Kate. Now, beside you is Lillian Sinoy Barr, who was elected to Derry City and Strabane District Council for the SDLP. And she broke new ground by becoming the first black person to be selected for public office here and the first black councillor in Northern Ireland. So who inspired you to become a politician? Keep the microphone up tight, and we'll get you.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah, inspired me to come into politics? Probably my mother, really, because I've seen a lot of women go through politics in Kenya, particularly. And before I got into politics, I was an activist. I started activism when I was 12 years of age, when I went to my secondary school, and I used to be the only Maasai girl. For anybody who knows the story of the Maasai people, is that women, their place is the kitchen, and everybody else, men, are the ones who run everything in society. So I'm very privileged to come from a very loving family. And my father is actually the biggest feminist, and I have 8 brothers who are also feminist. And they made sure that the 6 sisters were never left behind. So I grew up in a family that we were all equal, and thanks to my mother for making sure that happened, because she wasn't educated like my father. My father was a doctor. My mom was not educated, but she made sure that her place was not a kitchen. And she was a businesswoman. And I grew up seeing how she was leading our family, how she was navigating really complex society issues. And really, when I came here to Northern Ireland and looked at the challenges that minoritized women are facing, not being able to access any services, not having the visibility that they should have, and not having a voice in all aspects of public life, I thought, you know what? I think I can do it. I'm a woman, I'm capable, and I need to do it. So I just looked at what my mother did, and I thought I can be in any platform that I wish to be, because that's what my mother told me I can. So she was the one who inspired me to get into politics.
Lovely to hear that. We have Lindsay McLaren, who's a councillor in Ards and North Down Borough Council, representing the Ulster Unionist Party. Now, she is one of many politicians, and we mentioned this earlier, women politicians in particular, who've been subjected to threatening and abusive rubbish on social media. So Lindsay's going to say a few words before we open it up to the floor. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Donna. Sorry, I just needed something to lean on, actually. It's
That's
easier
okay.
to talk. If you don't mind, well, I'll be as quick as I can. So, yeah, Lindsay McLaren, and it's really fantastic to be here today. The irony is not lost on me that I'm addressing a room of incredibly strong, independent women who are able to juggle a career against adversity, and yet my morning included my 4-year-old son, who was up all night with a sore ear, my daughter, who has a cast from hip to toe after dislocating her knee and who absolutely refused to go on public transport to get to school, because what sort of mother are you? And prior to entering the room this afternoon, I walked into the bathroom, looked like I'd been dragged through a hedge, changed my clothes, kicked off my trainers, put on some makeup, and voila, I am a politician. And I think this reminds me that we are not simply strong, independent women, and sometimes we actually don't have a choice but to just get up and get it done. If we drop the ball, who picks it up? Childcare and motherhood in particular have dictated my career both in the police and politics. I'll give you a small example. Whenever I was in the police, I was in a unit, it was called TSG, which is Tactical Support Group. I was the only female in my unit, and if you imagine sort of riots on the 12th of July, and I have my helmet on, and it's 4 or 5 stone worth of uniform on. And when you've got that on, they don't know that you're a female. And I remember one time a guy walked past me on a Saturday night, and he went, "Right, big lad." So it was a very glamorous career. But I also remember one afternoon there was a spontaneous riot somewhere. I think, I can't even remember where it was. And I remember looking down at my then husband, who was also in TSG, also getting petrol bombs and bricks thrown at him. And suddenly I realised, what about the children? So I said to the guys on the left and right of me, "Right, quick guys, can you cover me?" And they put shields over the top of me and they went, "Lindsay, are you hurt?" I says, "No, I have to phone the childminder." And I was standing there with petrol bombs being hit off my helmet, saying to the childminder, "I'm going to be late this evening." And she said, "That sounds very noisy where you are, and is everything okay?" I said, "Yes, everything's fine." And that's just the way it was. The childcare especially just always fell to me. I was then a firearms instructor, which shows probably how far we have came, considering whenever Judith first joined, women didn't even have a gun, and then I was actually teaching people how to shoot them. It's a much more boring job than what it sounds. It sounds very cool, but it absolutely was not. So I am a single mum of 4. My eldest is 25. I have twins who are 14. And at 43, ended up with another one who is now, his fourth birthday is today. I am absolutely exhausted. And if there are any single mums out here today, you know you will literally do anything to get out of the house. So I joined politics. And the reason I did so, I was on the school runs and I was listening to a very famous and controversial gentleman on in the morning. And I remember becoming angry about injustice and social inequality. And I've seen firsthand how division has destroyed Northern Ireland in the past, and it's dictated so much of our life here. And yet, to me, there is so much more to Northern Ireland than the awful green and orange debate. Unfortunately, throughout my life, I did suffer a few experiences which were reflective of how poor and neglected our services had become. And I wanted to ensure that women didn't suffer the same as I had, and this is, I promise I'm not, this is not to start getting morbid or anything, it's just to let you know, and I know that I'm not going to be the only woman here who has experienced similar trauma. So my first child, unfortunately, was a cot death, and I remember, sorry, and I remember getting, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Here, have a wee drink of water.
Thank you. I remember I got handed a bottle of temazepam, and that was the extent of the care that I received. And thankfully, I had an incredibly strong mother and 3 very strong sisters. And my mum took the bottle out of my hand and she said, you know, take a few weeks off. And I was marched back to university. And I'm really grateful that she done that. As I said, I have 3 sisters, and again, just to show you how supportive or not women can be, I had a picture in the paper recently, and I was standing beside the most incredible man. I won't say who it was, but he was an amazing man, and you all will know who it is. And I sent a picture to my family WhatsApp group, and I said, "Wow, look where my life has look where I've ended up." And the first response was, "Lindsay, you need to be careful of your blusher application." I was, and that was the extent of support and the well done that I got from my sisters. But the reason I talk about my previous experiences was that it would have been absurd 25 years ago for women like Kiva and Kate to be standing up in the executive talking about women's health strategies. They were simply women's problems. And now menopause and perinatal women's health are now front and centre, and we're now talking about strategies to bring Northern Ireland kicking and screaming in line with our English counterparts. Childcare strategies, we've talked about that over and over today, and mental health strategies. So lastly, just before I finish, sorry, I know I'm taking up a lot of your time. Politics, and the reason I'm standing here today, I got an invitation a few days ago, and I'm very grateful, and it was in response to a radio show that I had done, which was reflective of the abuse I have received. So I got elected back in May. Within 2 days of being elected, I received a letter to my home address, and as a previous police officer, I was very careful not to divulge my address. So how they got that, I don't know. And the letter stated how I had used my children's death as a vehicle to get votes. yeah, so I mean that was horrific. I continually get abuse about what I'm wearing, what I look like, if I want to go on a date. I'm sure it has happened to the girls here. You make a friend on Facebook thinking they're a genuine political activist or supporter, and you get a message asking, "Are you single?" So I am working with the Joe Cox Foundation in conjunction with the John and Pat Hume Foundation in a couple of weeks to talk, ironically, about respectful political discourse. And I was sitting there at the table earlier and I thought to myself, I got a threat then last week because I had the audacity to talk about what I perceived to be an injustice online. I won't even tell you what it was about, but and I was threatened, and I was told that I needed to watch myself at night. Now I am a single mum. I live alone with my children, and it's a horrible prospect. Thinking that all it takes is one lunatic to arrive at your door. And when I was sitting there earlier on, I thought, I wonder how many times Joe Cox MP sat at conferences exactly like this, talking about women in politics and what needs to change. So I fully intend, with the rest of my career, to hopefully progress women in politics to be not just an exception, but absolutely the norm. And thank you for allowing me to take up so much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Lindsay, for sharing that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, questions from the floor there. And we have a couple of roving microphones. Put your hand up. Yes, in the middle. Sorry, in the middle if you've got a microphone there. Thanks.
Hi, my name's Eleanor Jordan and I work at Windsor Women's Centre in the village. And Lindsay, it's an active UVF, UFF, LVF paramilitary area, as you know. I've worked there 34 years, and the phrase that used to freak me out, because I had 2 wee children when I started, was, "We know where you live." That's all I had to say, as I might have scratched the car. I've always had no cars, you all know. But you know, we just have to live with this, work through it, rise above it, not be afraid. Once you're afraid, they see your fear. And I've never worked with them as Windsor Women's Centre, nor will we. And I'm very proud of that fact that we're a distinct professional organisation. But my question. It's been an amazing day for me, you know, and learning so much more. We can get very into silos, you know, in our areas, in whatever, you know, paramilitaries are running them, whatever. But my question is today that I'd like you to take away, if you don't have an answer. Great to hear so much about the childcare strategy. Long needed, everybody's supporting it. My worry is, first of all, we don't call our childcare workers now. We call them child development workers, to move away from that. It's a bit like babysitting. So who's talking about who's going to deliver all these extra hours? My worry is it's moving much more towards private daycare. And what about organisations like us and many, many others in the women's sector who provide respite, children of parents and women experiencing violence or whatever, and those children don't have an equal playing field. You're talking about equality, and if you don't have early intervention, and I would like to see something around being linked into the childcare strategy, that child development worker jobs would be provided to deliver those hours to women who mightn't want to work the 30 hours if those jobs are out there, might want to retrain, might want to just do what we call pre-employment courses, or may just want to do parenting and personal development. So I would like that as a sort of conjunction added into the child care strategy, because honestly we've heard about it how many years, hard to believe it's actually happening, but how does it relate to an area of disadvantage of children? And I'm proud to say, you know, our organisation represents women from 41 countries. Not too many people can say that. There's so much work to do. Imagine the child development workers trying to work with children with so many languages, cultural, whatever, and everybody's doing it who's providing daycare. So if there's some way they could be linked, I think you're missing an opportunity not to add that in.
Or even
when
for that
you talk.
childcare strategy to be implemented for women like yourself and others, maybe one of those ethnically diverse communities in the village, to enter politics, so
Well,
that they
that
have,
could be
so
another
that they
course.
have
We've
the
always done
facilities
women
that
in
they can do
politics
so.
and stuff. It's giving people the opportunity,
The opportunity.
to take part if they choose. We're talking, I'm sitting with a friend I've made from the Falls now. I mean, the beauty of focus groups. And people say what you think, and the ones that give the women 20 quid are the better ones.
Okay.
They shouldn't be expected to give their time, their views, their opinions for free. Why should they?
Well, thank you.
I think they'll stop.
Your input is very much appreciated. Let's focus and hone down on that childcare. And even in relation to, as I said, for women like yourselves who have children who want to get involved in politics, but there's no childcare strategy there or implementation that's available to them.
Yeah, and just before I respond to that, I just want to give my solidarity to Lindsay. Nobody should face threats and abuse in the way that she has in the past short while. In response to the question on the childcare strategy, the childcare strategy is being developed longer than I've been in the Assembly, and I've been there since 2016, so it is a piece of work that really needs to progress. And I think you make a really important point. The workers need to be properly valued and recompensed for the really important work that they do, and it is about child development, not just about childminding. And I think I speak for many of us involved in the work on it, in saying that we do very much have that perspective on it. And I think it is important, therefore, that it's co-designed. And I know that's a buzzword, but I do think it is really important that we listen to the views and perspectives of people actually delivering it, because it is going to be a real challenge in terms of having a workforce strategy that lives up to the expectations and the demands that there is going to be. And as you know, in relation to women in politics, women like Kate and my colleagues, Liz and Gemma, who have had babies while they are in the Assembly, there is no maternity for MLAs or councillors, and it makes it very difficult. And I think one of the important things that we did see during COVID, and which is unfortunately lapsing in council currently, it was the hybrid working arrangements, which were really important in supporting not just women, but people with caring responsibilities or other responsibilities. And we don't have that currently in the Assembly, and I think, again, it's something that needs to be looked at, because it did provide that wee bit more flexibility than what there had been previously, because you can be in there till 9, 10 at night, midnight, 1 in the morning, and waiting to vote on something. But if you're able to do that via proxy voting and you're able to contribute online, it does give you that little bit more flexibility.
Kate, from your experience, and I know you had your party conference and little ones and all around, but also we had one of the MLAs had her baby on the first day, brought her baby in with her. The difficulties for you in regard to childcare and being a politician, or not even childcare, just family care, and being a politician and being a professional politician, having it as a career.
Yeah, I mean, the systems are not designed for women at all. My colleague, Sharon Mulholland, has a 9-week-old baby. She's a new MLA. And I actually feel sick, that she was in committee last week holding her baby. And she's fine, and she's up for it. But I think of my own child and how we just had the election. And there was a chance of a snap election. I was new. I was so excited to be in the role. I wanted to start doing things on childcare. And I agree, Eleanor, it should not be free hours is not the way, because it's about parental employment. Child development is directly investing in the provider, which is private. It's voluntary and community. It's childminders. So there is a better model, which we've been working on. And the money should follow the child. But
it's just wrong, you know. And when I think back to having eaten, and even though the assembly wasn't running, I was in the constituency office every day. I was having policy meetings. This baby came everywhere with me. And I was so lucky I could have her with me. But I regret it, you know, like I feel sad that I didn't have that focused maternity leave with my child. And I think what is happening at the moment with the end of hybrid meetings, Lillian just whispered to me, we need to fight it. We absolutely have to fight it. The end of hybrid meetings within councils is a disaster, because for so many women, being a councillor is your way of being involved in politics, but because it's part-time, you're able to do other things. But those evening meetings, I mean, I'm solo parenting this week, and Lindsay, I just think you're amazing, by the way. That speech was extraordinary, and you've been so generous and honest and had an awful couple of weeks. But childcare, like committee meetings at nighttime, like all these things are so hard to balance. So we have to put flexible working in place. We have to have hybrid. And it's not just for people with caring responsibilities, it's accessibility, all sorts of things as well. We live in a new world, and politics needs to move with that.
And talking about a new world, Lillian, we now live in a Northern Ireland that is more culturally and ethnically diverse. How would you encourage a woman from an ethnic minority to get involved in politics?
I think the first thing we have to remember that the challenges of leadership cannot be compared with the impact that you can have. So any woman here, regardless of your background, who wants to get into politics, please do. Just look at what is happening right now when we have women in leadership positions. I don't remember, I'm here 14 years, by the way, so I'm looking at this from the outside in. When I came here, I could hardly hear stories of women being shared in Stormont. Yes, women were speaking by themselves, but now we hear men talking about menopause, and we hear men talking about childcare. They didn't just switch off their brains and say, oh yeah, we start caring about women. It's because of women being on the table. So if you really care about any issues being tackled, whether they are gender issues, whether they are racial issues, you absolutely have to be there. And I have to commend the Equality Commission because of the issues of ethnic monitoring. And I'm also delighted that we have a minister here, because I would be asking you to allocate £122,000 to ethnic monitoring. It's a budget that is already there, and I'm looking forward to working with you on that. And by the way, she's my friend, so I think she won't let me down. So
if you don't ask, you don't get. Well done, Lillian. Good opportunity there.
and when we're talking about gender, we're talking about childcare issues. I think if we start looking at all issues through a gender lens, using gender principles, we're not going to get anything wrong. I spent quite a lot of time before I came here in Kenya working with a lot of women who got into politics. And one of the best achievements that women had in Kenya is to change the whole constitution. In 2010, Kenya brought in something called Gender Principle Act. And what that means is it creates quotas of women. So we can say that we have women challenges. We are facing a lot of challenges. We can get into politics. The gender quotas take into consideration that you get childcare, you get caring responsibilities, you get a lot of support, because every policy that is developed is looked through a gender lens. So I'll also be coming next about gender budgeting. That is so important that we absolutely ensure that every single department develop their policies through gender lens. So my friend, stay there for the 3 years and we can work together to deliver for women.
Thank you, Lynn. Anybody else from the floor? Yes. Hello, thank you for your question.
Oh yeah, no problem. I was just thinking in my sector, I'm in a very male-dominated sector in IT, and it's what you're talking about happens us as well, you know, the late meetings, and there's one time, you know, I couldn't take up training and development because of childcare. You know, you can't progress in your career because of all different reasons. But recently, it's just, I'd like to know, you know, if you're going for new jobs now, you have to be hybrid, or, I live in rural Northern Ireland, so that puts me off completely, And I'm sort of thinking, do you ever talk to companies, or do you talk to, companies who are looking at the hybrid model or fully remote? It might work for rural people more, because if we have to do hybrid working, it's always travelling to Belfast, and it's always getting the bus up, and it's all affecting the family as well. So if you're doing that up in Stormont, you have to do late meetings and things like that. That's actually happening on the ground as well, and probably in every sector. There's shift working. That's just the way it is. Or if you say, listen, I could do this fully remote, I could do this training fully remote, but no, you have to be present. What's the argument? But do you think that you could do your job remotely, and if you do it remotely, perhaps that could filter down to us?
So it's leading by example, is that what you're saying? So if we see the hybrid working amongst the politicians up at the Assembly, you're hoping, well, we heard from the Employers Federation, and different organisations, of course, have their own strategies, but that's an example or an influence, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, if that's what you want to suit your families, is that something that we could put into law or something? I don't know.
It's leading by example, Kiva, is it not?
Yeah, and I think there is a legislative piece as well, and I know that they have done some stuff around it in the south in relation to flexible working, and it is something that we're looking at, because it would give employees rights to request flexible working, hybrid or remote could be part of that. But it is something that obviously will take a wee bit of quality development. But I think it's a culture shift too for many organisations. This is the way they always did things. COVID came along and it did shift things at quite a significant pace. But in some respects, things have slipped back to a wee bit as well. So I think there are conversations that need to be had kind of societally and with business representatives and others. And some people will have different perspectives on it, and I know they do. But I think that it does have to be about taking into account that bigger picture, and about how we try to get more people into work. And we hear all the time about how we're nearly at full employment. Well, we have to give people pathways in, and we have to remove the barriers that exist, and that, as you have laid out, is one of them.
And as you said, Lillian, if we look at everything through the gender lens, it'll be a little bit more enlightening. Anyone else from the... Let me see. Down there, Mal?
Thank you so much. It's really inspiring to listen to all of you chat. And Kate, you had said, the system's not built for women, and it's not built for more marginalised voices either, including, the LGBTQ community, Black and ethnic minorities. So my question to kind of everybody, how do you cope whenever you have that voice in your head saying that this system's not built for you, that you shouldn't be speaking up for this, and hearing all of the other people saying, you shouldn't be in this room, you shouldn't be a part of this conversation? How do you cope with that? Because it's hard, So yes, thank you so much.
Lindsay, do you want to take that on? Because you did mention about the abuse that you have received, but in general, even someone questioning, single mother, what are you doing in politics and getting involved in such a way?
Yeah, I have to admit, and I hate admitting this, that for the first time in the last couple of weeks, I genuinely questioned my career choice. My family, my dad was nearly in tears, thinking that I'm sitting on my own, and that someone has threatened my personal security, and subsequently that of my children. They feel very helpless. As I said earlier, I have 3 daughters, and I've brought them all up to be, raving feminists. However, disappointingly, I thought they were going to be, Mummy, you really need to see this through. You really need to prove that, that those threats and that abuse isn't going to stop you doing what you know you should be doing, which is a public representative for all the people in my constituency. However, they unfortunately want me to step back. There is I feel personally a huge burden of responsibility. As a woman in this role, considering I'm in the lower tier of things, so I've entered politics as a councillor. And I wonder, does anyone know here, for example, talking about barriers to politics for women, I get 900, I'm sorry, this is a safe space, I'm assuming, so I just have to be very, very honest. £950 a month to be a councillor. In order to do my job, I must send my son to a childminder, because it wouldn't be the first Zoom meeting I've had where Hugo has been dressed as a Power Ranger in the background shouting, "Go, go, Power Rangers," and I'm trying to be all professional. And taking out childcare and the amount of money it costs for me to drive all around the constituency to go to meetings, I'm on £2.97 an hour for the privilege of representing my constituency. And when women say to me, "I would love to go into politics, would you recommend it?" Part of me says no, but equally, on the other hand, if we don't change it, who's going to? And everyone in this room, I think we've all got a very similar theme in that we haven't got where we are without an incredibly lonely journey. And Elaine, I think, had mentioned earlier, how many times has someone reached out a hand and actually helped you up and give you support? And it hasn't been that often. I've actually forgotten what your question was, but sorry. Anyway, the point is, we just have to, unfortunately, we are going to be the women who have had it difficult, but we've had it difficult to allow the next generation of women to come through. And that's going to have to be the cross that we bear. But I hope that it's worth it. And I think it will be.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please thank Lindsay, Lillian, Kate and Kiva. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your contribution. We've heard a lot today about women's experiences in public life and in the workplace now and over the past 25 years. Let's hear about the current state of play for the Equality Commission and its recommendations for the future, delivering equality for women in Northern Ireland. Now, Darren McKinstry is Director of Public Policy and Strategic Engagement, leading a team of expert staff to shape reform of the law and public policy. He works with key stakeholders, including the government, to raise awareness and secure real change. Please welcome to the stage Darren McKinstry. Thank you, Darren.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to take 10 minutes to focus on delivering equality. And in doing so, I'm going to briefly share some of the Commission's views on some of the key building blocks that we feel need delivered on. And hopefully much of that will echo with some of the key points that you've heard already today. But I also want to highlight some of the key challenges that we feel must be taken seriously and must be overcome if we're actually going to see any meaningful change. So we've heard much today about the journey, the barriers, the progress, but also the challenges. And if that's the last 25 years, what must we see delivered, not just in the future, but now, if we're to see gender equality advanced? So picking up on the need to address the structural issues that was just talked about, it should come as no surprise that one of the key building blocks to advance equality has to include a prioritised strategy and a resourced action plan for gender equality. From what you've heard today and from what you've brought into the room today, you'll be well aware of the wide range of matters that a gender equality strategy could contribute to addressing. For example, in Northern Ireland, women are 5 times more likely than men to be economically inactive for reasons of looking after the family or home. And women are also 4 times more likely than men to work in part-time roles, with much of that part-time work being in lower paid roles or with more limited career prospects. And that interaction of employment opportunities, stereotypes about caring roles, the value attributed to caring and to part-time work is one example of how a joined-up strategy could work across those multiple fronts to drive change. So a gender equality strategy is essential as it provides a roadmap, not only for stakeholders, but for government departments by communicating a strategic direction and facilitating joined-up working. And in a very practical sense, it then allows for the direction that can be fed into and built into successive programmes for governments. And it communicates to all departments the gender priorities that should be embedded in their own departmental strategies, programmes, policies and delivery plans. And at that point then, a gender equality strategy, it's clear that it's a document of central and key importance. It sets the direction for the future and sets out how we, and as public servants, will support society to develop. Another key building block is ensuring that we have protection from discrimination. And for that, we consider that we need law reform. By way of some examples of the need there, when compared with Great Britain, women in Northern Ireland currently have less protection from discrimination or harassment by public bodies when those public bodies are carrying out their functions. Further, unlike in Ireland, women don't have immediate employment protections from sexual harassment by a customer or client when they're in work. So in Northern Ireland, we're of the view that our gender equality protections are increasingly falling behind. They're falling behind developments in neighbouring jurisdictions, and they're also falling behind international standards. And as we've just seen from the examples I've just given, we need to see stronger protections with regards to, for example, discrimination and harassment. We also want to see equality law simplified and brought together. We want to see that because it's easier to understand, it's easier to implement, be it for individuals, for employers, or for service providers. And it's consistent then across the grounds. The protections you have as a man or a woman are the same then as the protections you have on other grounds, race, etc. And we consider that the best way to do that is by a single equality law. It's clear from the discussions that we've had today that advancing equality will deliver benefits, not just for individuals, but also for society and the economy. And a key element of that has to be an integrated delivery framework. Now, in the time available today, I can only give the briefest mention to some elements, some of which have already been touched on, but by way of a few examples. Childcare has been mentioned a number of times today. We need to see the delivery of early learning in childcare, and we need to see it in a way that meets the diverse needs of children, of parents, and of those providing care. Delivering for that diversity is key. For example, ensuring it delivers for children with special educational needs, for children and parents whose first language might not be English, or for lone and working parents who may be required to work different hours. A key thing is that one size will not fit all. Another example is that we need to see the implementation of gender pay reporting and also a gender pay strategy to ensure that the structural issues which drive key differences in pay are addressed. For example, the predominance of women in part-time working, as I've set out, and occupations there which typically pay less well. We also need to see the delivery of a comprehensive framework to tackle gender-based violence. We've just heard some very real examples shared by Lindsay and others earlier in the day. And so we need to see the delivery of a violence against women and girls strategy. We need to see the delivery of the proposed domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and also comprehensive hate crime legislation. And we need to see all of those address the specific nature of violence as the impact on women and men, not on a gender-neutral basis. Underpinning all of that, and again touched on by a number of speakers today and questions, we also need to see comprehensive action to address negative stereotypes and promote positive attitudes. And we need to see that from an early age, and we need to see it across all areas of life, including school, training, work, and in the family, including with regards to stereotypes about who provides care and how and when that's provided. So if those are some of the key building blocks, my presentation is about delivering equality, so I want to look at the question of delivery. Delivery matters. Delivery really matters, because it's delivery that makes the difference for individuals and for society. And a key point that I want to underscore over a few examples that I'll show in a second is that knowing it needs done is not the same as getting it done, and working towards getting it delivered is not the same as getting it delivered. So, by way of a few examples, law reform, we've touched on this across the day, are the legal provisions, by and large based on laws established in the 70s. And despite the Commission and others calling for change for 2 decades now, really, what we have seen is limited reform or piecemeal reform, and in some cases where it's been required to keep pace with European directives. And that's in contrast to fundamental developments we've seen in neighbouring jurisdictions. In 1998 to 2000, Ireland delivered an updated equality law framework to the benefit of women, but also those from across a range of equality grounds. And in 2021, Ireland began a further review to further update their equality law framework. In 2010, Great Britain delivered an updated equality law framework via the Equality Act, harmonising their protections and again delivering benefits for women and those from across a range of equality grounds. And yet, in Northern Ireland, we have not yet seen delivery. Another example touched on, Kiva mentioned it a minute ago, on with regards to gender pay. Again, Great Britain in 2010 provided for gender pay reporting and subsequently implemented it in 2017. And gender pay reporting was incorporated into the 2016 Employment Act in Northern Ireland, but it's never as yet been implemented in Northern Ireland. And meanwhile, since then, in Ireland, in 2021, the Gender Pay Gap Information Act has been passed and has already commenced in being implemented. And as Roisin mentioned, in 2023, the EU passed the Pay Transparency Directive, with implementation to occur by 2026. And yet, in Northern Ireland, we have not seen delivery. The final example I'll give is childcare, one that's been touched upon many, many times today. And again, Kiva mentioned how long. You know, we've had positions on it for almost 2 decades, and in 2013, mindful of opportunities, we updated our detailed research and set out a policy position, and there were consultations running into 2013 and 2015, and NDNA made a political commitment in 2020. And certainly we're aware DE are proceeding with development work and have been undertaking stakeholder engagement, and we also welcome the range of political commitments being made. But in Northern Ireland, we've not yet seen delivery. So I mention these examples to underscore the gravity of the challenge. Knowing it needs delivered is not enough. Saying it's a priority is not enough. Working towards getting it done is not enough. We need to see that delivery. And it's a salutary lesson that when the Commission made its childcare recommendations in 2013, we noted the difficult economic climate on the back of the 2007 crash and the subsequent austerity drive. And when we updated our recommendations in 2020 to take account of the circumstances of COVID-19, we noted the difficult economic climate due to the pandemic. And now with the new Executive and Assembly, as we update our recommendations again to engage there, we note again the difficult economic climate. So we have to take the current difficult economic climate not as a barrier to proceeding, but actually the very reason to proceed, to invest to the benefit of the economy, to society, and to individuals from across the range of equality grounds. So we need to see action now. So one additional point that I'll flag before I close just, and those of you working in this area long enough will be well aware of this other cautionary point that I'm going to give. It's learned from previous strategies, including the gender equality strategy. And that is that despite commitments in NDNA agreement to develop a new suite of equality and social strategies, including gender, we've been without a gender strategy now for almost a decade. And the lesson from that strategy and many other equality strategies is that development of a strategy itself does not guarantee delivery. And I think, as we hopefully are now going to move towards seeing strategies, I think it's important to note a lesson from the review of that previous strategy, which said that the strategy was a positive step, but progress against it was limited, and implementation and monitoring could be improved. And that was a review that was conducted very near the end of the life of that strategy. So, where do we go from here? Certainly with the restoration of the executive and the assembly, we have the opportunity of renewed leadership. And we need that leadership to drive delivery. Across the room here today, it's very clear that we have a breadth of expertise and many, many examples of partnership working. So it's vital that the co-design element of that does remain a key design, not just of design, but of delivery, and also of rolling review. That's for the gender equality strategy, but all other strategies of government. We do need to see resourced delivery. A crucial point is not only the strategies, but a time-bound and resourced action plan. Strategies and frameworks aren't enough. We do need interventions to be targeted, and we do need impacts to be tracked. And facilitating that will be a comprehensive collection of equality data. If we're serious about delivering equality, then all key measures of government should be broken down and tracked across the full range of equality grounds. So, that's me. I hope that's helpful. I hope it set out some key building blocks. Please continue to press for actual delivery. The Commission's work, as with many of yourselves, is centred on partnership. So please be in contact if you feel we can work together to advance some of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Very helpful, Darren, and a very strong message as we look to the future that so much needs to be done and, as you said, needs to be delivered as well. And on the theme of gender equality strategy, let's hear now on video from Anne-Marie Gray, Professor of Social Policy at Ulster University. Anne-Marie.
Without a gender equality strategy, we'll continue to see the negative consequences for society in Northern Ireland, for our economy and for women's human rights. It's really imperative that this is done now so that we can incorporate the provisions of the strategy into a new programme for government, together with a set of quality indicators for monitoring and evaluation.
Okay, our thanks to Anne-Marie for that. Now, as we draw to a close this afternoon, I want to remind you, don't forget to fill in your evaluation form that you'll find on the table there. The organisers would really, really appreciate you giving your input and your feedback on that. Now, I'd like to invite to the stage our conference partners who are going to close the conference today. And while they come up, I want to remind you of our first video. If you remember earlier today, we had a message from Mary Burke, and she told us that as a woman in 1971, she had to resign her civil service job because of a marriage bar. Effectively, she wasn't allowed to continue to work because she was now married. Well, here is a message and a powerful appeal from Una, who is one of Mary's granddaughters. Here's Una.
Hi, I'm Una. My granny opened the conference. My life is very different to hers in many ways because things have changed so much already. But I hope you can all leave here today ready to work together to continue to advance equality for all girls and women. Help me to ensure I achieve my dreams.
Well done, Una. Thank you for that. And I hope that we do just that and help Una and all of the young women and girls of her generation to be the best they can be. So we have, gosh, we've come to the conclusion. Can you believe it? And we're on time. Geraldine McGahey, as you know, is Chief Commissioner at the Equality Commission. Anne McVicker is Director of the Women's Research and Development Agency. And Helen Crickard is Coordinator for Reclaim the Agenda. They are the partners for today. And Anne is going to say a few words.
Afternoon, everybody. So, Women's Resource and Development Agency and Reclaim the Agenda are delighted to be partnering the Equality Commission celebrating its 25th anniversary today. And I think it's very fitting to have this event during International Women's Day week. And you'll note that I've moved that from a day to a week now. So Geraldine set the context brilliantly. And we have had inspiring addresses from the First and Deputy First Ministers, the trailblazing Lady Chief Justice, who took us on a whistle-stop tour of equality law and practice over the past 25 years. And we've heard from all women panels on women in the law, women in work, women in politics, and the impact of Brexit on women in Northern Ireland. And as you would expect, very close to my heart, you've heard the strong voices of women from across the women's community sector. I've spent all my working life, that's 30 years plus, and had the privilege of working alongside women's groups, centres, campaigning, lobbying, advocacy, and leadership organisations. From the mid-80s, when gender equality issues weren't even on the agenda, violence against women and girls rates were high and mostly unspoken about. Childcare provision was scant and in large unaffordable for the average earner. Underrepresentation of women in political and public and particular industry sectors were all very low. And in my experience, it's those grassroots women's organisations that have led the way in tackling these issues. Through campaigning for the elusive childcare strategy, with a rolled out, accessible and affordable childcare infrastructure, abortion and reproductive health care, domestic abuse and sexual violence legislation to bring Northern Ireland in line with the UK and not being left behind as usual, and not forgetting the women trade union members who fought for 12 years and won the work for equal pay for equal work, as well as highlighting issues in the workplace such as the need for menopause policies, women's health issues, sexual harassment, domestic abuse and violence. And all of these women are all leading the way in bringing about a much needed cultural shift in Northern Ireland society. By raising awareness of the issues, voicing their lived experiences, lobbying with departments and ministers to push for legislative change, as well as continuing to collaborate with the Equality Commission, bringing a wealth of experience and acting as a conduit by highlighting the obstacles preventing true gender equality. So in summing up, all the speakers today have acknowledged the progress that has been made over the past 25 years. And yes, there's still much more to do. However, in the week that we're in, it's time to celebrate, come together, and reflect on the next part of the journey. Peace and courage is our theme for International Women's Day. Peace, because peace needs to happen now internationally. And courage, because it takes courage to speak out when a powerful majority try to silence you. So on Saturday, the 9th of March, we are expecting a massive gathering and rally for International Women's Day in Belfast. We'll be meeting in Ryder Square at 11 o'clock and heading off at 12 noon to City Hall for speeches. You are all very welcome. Women, men, young people, children, and dogs. So, I'd like to wish you all a happy International Women's Day for Friday. Thank you and solidarity.
Thank you, Anne. That's terrific. Well, thank you all for being here today. It's been my privilege to share the whole day with you to hear from so many powerful women from all facets of life. It's a great experience, and it's the way we learn from each other, I think, and we move forward. And as we mark International Women's Day, or International Women's Week, I like that idea, we think about those who came before us, who made a difference in our lives. Our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunts, our cousins, especially those women of strength. We stand on the shoulders of those women who ploughed the field before us, and all we can do now is pay it forward to the next generation so that their lives are a little bit easier and they achieve equality. So wishing you all well. Safe journey home.